And then we will get started with our session for November 19th, 2025 of the Permanent Council.
See? Okay.
All right, having verified quorum by the Secretariat, I hereby open today's regular session of the Permanent Council to consider the items included in the draft order of business, which is document CP/OD-2570/25. Pursuant to the provisions of Article 43 of the Rules of Procedure, I hereby submit for consideration of the Permanent Council this draft order of business. If there are no requests for the floor, it is hereby adopted. One moment, please. This is a pin to commemorate the International Day of Elimination of Violence Against Women. Now, I would like to ask the delegations granting an exception to the maximum of interventions pursuant to Article 46 of the Rules of Procedure, which includes dispensation for specific cases for the permanent representative of Colombia in item 5, fighting transnational organized crime and promoting and protecting human rights in the Americas, which may extend to up to 7 minutes. Similarly, I'd like to ask the delegations to please concede an exception to the maximum intervention time for the delegation of Brazil in item 4 regarding the commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, so that this may also extend to 7 minutes. And similarly, with regard to the intervention to be made by the permanent representative of the United States, so that that delegation may be given a period of 9 minutes. If there are no objections, as far as the request for that time exception, it is hereby adopted. I'd like to greet the ASG, who is with us not just today, but for all Permanent Council sessions. Greetings to her team as well, and the Secretariat for Strengthening Democracy, and the Juridical Institute of the organization as well, and all of the permanent representatives and their delegations. Before we continue, I'd like to express that I am very grateful that today we are able to recognize Ambassador Stuart Savage, the permanent representative of Canada, for his outstanding work, leadership, and spirit of collaboration, which have characterized his chair of the Permanent Council during the third quarter of 2025. Also, we note his generosity and his wonderful advice to me as I assumed his position. Under his leadership, this council was constructive in its dialogue and renewed its cooperation between member states, moving forward in key priorities for the organization. That includes preparation for the special period of sessions of the General Assembly to consider the draft budget for 2026. Commemorating the International Day of Indigenous Communities and the very successful 8th Inter-American Week for Indigenous Communities, as well as attention to essential topics related to democracy, human rights, and governance in the region. On behalf of the Permanent Council, I am delighted to give this commemorative gavel to Ambassador Savage as a show of gratitude from this political body. I'd like to invite Ambassador Savage to the head table to receive this recognition.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Savage, for your effort, dedication, and commitment, which you continue to display as you lead your delegation at this organization. Before we proceed, and given the extension of our agenda today, and given the invitation sent by the Chilean delegation to a ceremony at 1 p.m., we will be holding a recess at 1 p.m. and come back for the afternoon today at 2:30 to address any additional items on the agenda. And so moving on to item 2 on our agenda, welcome to Ambassador Leandro Risuto, the permanent representative of the United States. As the next item on the order of business is giving a very warm welcome to the Permanent Council to Leandro Risuto, the permanent representative of the United States, who has presented his credentials to the Secretary General on October 27th last. Ambassador Risuto is a business leader and philanthropist from the United States with a long history of international management and cooperation projects. He has carried out work as General Counsel of the United States in Bermuda, promoting diplomatic and economic interests of his country in the Atlantic region. Throughout his career, Ambassador Risuto has led important initiatives globally and driven innovation, international expansion, and business excellence. Similarly, he has actively contributed to many different philanthropic organizations and educational organizations as well, building ties and partnerships in the United States and around the world. Ambassador Risuto, we give you a very warm welcome, and we give you the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Secretary General Dean, Assistant General Hill, distinguished ambassadors, alternative representatives, permanent observers, and members of the General Secretariat. It is a profound honor to join you today as the permanent representative of the United States of America. I am deeply grateful to President Donald J. Trump for his confidence and Secretary of State Marco Rubio for his leadership and his clear vision for a safer, stronger, and more prosperous Western Hemisphere. The United States enters this chapter with a simple conviction: results matter. President Trump has reaffirmed that America builds stronger partnerships when cooperation delivers real benefits for our citizens. And as Secretary Rubio has emphasized, security, foundation of prosperity. Without safety, nothing else can function. From the founding of this organization, the OAS has served as the forum where nations in our region come together to promote peace, defend sovereignty, uphold democracy, and protect the rule of law. Those principles remain vital, but the challenges we face today, border insecurity, criminal networks, democratic backsliding, instability in Haiti, illegitimate regimes, and hemispheric interference require an OAS that is focused, modern, and accountable. This institution was created to protect democracy, safeguard sovereignty, and build prosperity. Our citizens expect us to show that multilateral action can still deliver real results. Before entering public service, I spent my career in the private sector, helping grow a business my grandfather and father founded, Conair Corporation. I began in the warehouse and ultimately led our global professional business units, operating in more than 125 countries, personally bringing to market over 1,000 new products and being awarded 25 U.S. patents. That experience taught me the simple truth. Success comes from hard work, innovation, and teamwork. That is the approach I will bring to our work here. The United States will focus its engagement at the OAS on 4 priorities: respecting and protecting sovereignty amongst our member nations, strengthening democratic institutions, including the integrity of elections, expanding trade investment and commercial partnerships across the Americas, modernizing the OAS for efficiency, accountability, most important, results. Every initiative we pursue and every dollar we spend must connect back to these goals. A stable hemisphere begins with secure borders, lawful order, and strong institutions. Today, trafficking network, organized crime, and illegal immigration undermine sovereignty, destabilize communities, and endanger our citizens. These threats cannot be met with rhetoric alone. They require coordination, intelligence sharing, enforcement, responsible visa practices, and firm political will. The United States stands ready to work with all member states to strengthen these principles and reinforce the sovereign rights of nations to control their borders and help ensure that immigration is lawful, orderly, and safe, not exploited by criminal organizations or authoritarian regimes. We must also remain vigilant against malign extra-hemispheric actors who seek to undermine democratic institutions and reshape regional alignments. Security is not optional. It's the foundation of everything else we hope to build. No challenge illustrates this more clearly than Haiti today. The United States welcomes the Haitian-led pathway endorsed as the last OAS General Assembly and UN Security Council's adoption of Resolution 2793, which established the UN Support Office of Haiti and initiated the transition from the multinational security support mission. The OAS has a key role to play strengthening institutions, coordinating assistance, and supporting the Haitian National Police through the Secure Haiti platform, expanding humanitarian access, and helping lay the groundwork for credible Haitian-led elections when conditions allow. This work is grounded in human dignity, with particular attention to the protection of women, children, and members of vulnerable communities. Earlier this year, every member state here declared together, Haiti cannot wait. The United States agrees. The time for coordinated action is now. Security alone is not enough. A prosperous hemisphere also requires strong commercial networks, resilient supply chains, and opportunities that allow people to build stable lives in their own countries. One of my top priorities is to unlock the economic potential of this organization by strengthening public-private collaboration. In the coming months, the United States intends to convene sector-focused engagements, bringing together OAS members with U.S. and regional businesses, including the manufacturing, energy, infrastructure, technology, digital access, and agricultural sectors. I present to you today 4 words that I hope are proudly echoed throughout every nation in our hemisphere. Made in the Americas. Just outside this very room also stands the bust of Henry Clay, one of the earliest American statesmen to advocate for closer economic ties across our hemisphere. Clay argued that a nation's prosperity rests on the enterprises of its people and the strength of its commercial relationships. His vision helped shape the early inter-American system, and it remains essential to our shared future. The United States strongly supports initiatives such as the Americas Business Dialogue, the Americas Competitiveness Exchange, and the capacity building for micro, small, and medium enterprises. When investment expands and innovation grows, pressures that drive illegal immigration diminish and economic stability strengthens. The United States also supports the people of Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Cuba who continue to strive towards democratic governments that respect human dignity, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law. OAS electoral observation missions remain amongst the credible tools in the world for protecting sovereign will of the people. We will continue to support them and the broader democratic mandates of this organization. To remain effective, the OAS must also modernize. That means responsible resource management, eliminating duplication, aligning mandates with measurable outcomes, addressing deadlines for the payment of quotas, and improving performance across the board. Additionally, modernizing should include pursuing alternative sources of income to effectively address the needs of the organization and increase its financial stability. But modernization is not only internal. This organization must also communicate its value more clearly, showing taxpayers and citizens how it advances security, prosperity, and lawful governance and regional stability. Although the 10th Summit of the Americas has been postponed, the United States remains engaged in the preparatory process. We will work with the Dominican Republic and all member states to ensure the summit delivers concrete outcomes, especially on security, illegal immigration, commercial collaboration, and supply chain resilience. Colleagues, this organization has deep roots and even more consequential future. Our very campus reflects that legacy. President Theodore Roosevelt laid the cornerstone of this building. President William Taft placed the peace tree outside this room, and the multitude of treaties that were signed upstairs in the Hall of Americas. Just few institutions in our hemisphere carry this depth of history. Its role matters now more than at any point in its 2-century-long history. The United States will engage constructively, candidly, and with purpose. We will work with every member state committed to sovereignty, human dignity, accountability, governance, secure borders, and economic opportunity. Our goal is simple: to make the Americas safer, stronger, and more prosperous. Speaking also as a husband and a father, I want to recognize today's agenda.
Disculpe,
We apologize, Ambassador. We went over the time limit, so I will ask the Secretariat to please extend your time use for 1 more minute, as we had requested the extension. Please, go ahead.
Speaking also as a husband and a father of 3 beautiful daughters, I want to recognize today's agenda item on eliminating violence against women. This is a shared priority across our hemisphere, and it deserves our common commitment. President Trump often reminds us that America succeeds when our partners succeed, and we build strength through results, not rhetoric. I end with what I hope to become our new focus, Made in the Americas. Thank you very much.
muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your intervention, Ambassador. And now I would like to give the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups and other delegations that would like to welcome the permanent representative of the United States.
Canadá tiene la palabra.
Canada, please.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the Canadian delegation, I'm delighted to give a very warm welcome to Ambassador Rizzuto as permanent representative of the United States to the OAS.
Ambassador Rizzuto's considerable private sector experience and proven leadership, his knowledge of the public sector and diplomatic affairs, and his philanthropic experience and dedication will serve well his role in this organization. We share his desire for a results-oriented OAS at the service of the American peoples. We look forward to working with Ambassador Rizzuto and other representatives of other member states, of course, as we seek to address the urgent challenges confronting our countries including increasing mutual economic opportunity, promoting peace and security, promoting democracy and the rule of law, and encouraging this region's overall development and prosperity. We hope that these warm words will help make up for a chilly, gray morning as his first meeting here at the OAS Permanent Council, and we thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Canada, for your intervention, and now we give the floor to Ecuador. Thank you very much, Chair. Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen, dear ambassadors, on behalf of the Republic of Ecuador and the Group of 10, I'm honored and delighted to give a warm welcome to the new permanent representative of the United States to this organization, His Excellency Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto. Ambassador, you have arrived at a crucial moment for the hemisphere in times of challenges that we face together. The history of our continent has shown time and again that when the United States has decided to support the region, the results are transformative. In the Group of 10, we have been working to build a space for frank dialogue where diversity enriches and isn't an obstacle to solidarity and joint actions. Today, we are delighted that you have joined the OAS with all of your experience, your business skills, philanthropic commitment, and above all, a deep understanding of the fact that prosperity in a country requires prosperity in the region. Given your very important philanthropic portfolio, we know that you have a very high humanistic vision when it comes to the policies of the hemisphere. You can count on Ecuador and each and every one of the countries of the Group of 10 for working seriously with commitment and urgency on the topics that are most pressing for our people. We staunchly believe that your presence will strengthen the capacity of this organization to deliver concrete results. Welcome to the OAS, this home of thought and action in the Americas, Ambassador. Here you will see that we will extend our hand. We have a strong will and absolutely believe that when we work together with good faith, the hemisphere will always win out. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador. And now I recognize St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Chair. The Permanent Mission of St. Vincent and the Grenadines welcomes Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto as the permanent representative of the United States of America to the OAS. His background in the private sector and his commitment to matters of development augur well for a distinguished career at the OAS. We look forward to his active engagement in the promotion of the 4 pillars of the OAS. Ambassador Rizzuto, we are confident that your experience and outlook will promote understanding and cooperation in the organization. Welcome, sir.
Gracias, San Vicente.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mexico is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Mexico would like to warmly welcome Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto, permanent representative of the United States, to this organization. We would like to congratulate him for coming in and wish him the best of success in the work in his remit. Mexico and the United States share a relationship marked by historical, economic, social, and cultural ties which are deeply intertwined, given opportunities and challenges that are part and parcel of a dynamic bilateral agenda that our country, under the leadership of President Claudia Sheinbaum, takes on, based on the principles of the foreign policy of Mexico and the principles of shared responsibility, trust and mutual respect, respect for sovereignty of all states, and cooperation without any subordination. Ambassador Rizzuto, you can count on my delegation to work according to these very same principles in all those areas and issues that will allow us to move ahead constructively when it comes to taking on common challenges in the OAS, based on international law, respect for human rights, and the purposes and principles established in the Charter of the OAS. Please be welcome. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mexico, for your comments. Argentina has the floor. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, Argentina goes along with what was said by Ecuador, representing the Group of 10. Notwithstanding that, I would like to express and offer a few messages that I will do in my national capacity. The commitment to the Organization of American States and all of its members is a fundamental bedrock. The United States in this organization, and the commitment there is also very important. I have been lucky enough to have known Ambassador Rizzuto and to have spoken with him and to understand that his decision to accept this nomination was driven by his patriotic commitment to his country and his conviction that his experience, his multicultural knowledge, his values in defense of democracy and human rights can make a difference and help the OAS to become a more relevant organization and one that is more efficient. I go along with Ambassador Rizzuto on the commitment to efficiency and transparency in the organization and the intention to promote actions that promote public and private synergies, innovation, and competitiveness of our economies, thus strengthening cooperation amongst our peoples. But also, we go along with the idea that it is difficult to sustain our democracies if we stick to regimes that violate or breach the democratic charter and are platforms for exporting multidimensional insecurity. Ambassador Rizzuto, dear Leo, I know of your good faith to be a good builder of bridges, and if there's one thing that we need, this kind of leadership which is outside of the box, this is going to be part of the solution. And I am quite sure, Ambassador Rizzuto, that as our delegation has worked hand in hand with everyone before your arrival, we will continue working with you and your team to fight for the same objectives within this organization. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Argentina. Chile has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Chile would like to warmly welcome Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto as the new permanent representative of the United States to the OAS. Chile and the United States share more than centuries of common work based on common values, the defense of democracy, and the promotion and protection of human rights. We have consolidated a mature relationship which can broach any of the topics without any exception and to move towards cooperation in very diverse arenas such as commerce, trade, security, science, technology, and the fight against transnational organized crime. And as such, our association is based on a shared commitment with the quest for solutions to the regional challenges before us and the promotion of mutual prosperity. Mr. Ambassador, your background is marked by entrepreneurship and creativity, and this will be a very significant bridge for the work in this organization and the collective efforts to strengthen peace, security, and development, as well as democracy in our hemisphere. We wish you the best of success in this new responsibility. Uruguay has the floor. Thank you very much. I go along with these concepts mentioned by the Group of 10. On behalf of Uruguay, I would like to also warmly welcome Ambassador Leonardo Rizzuto as permanent representative of the United States to this organization, OAS. Uruguay and the United States have an historical relationship of friendship based on democratic values and the defense of shared human rights, and in other areas such as trade, investment, security, education, and culture. And before being an independent country, Uruguay had already signed the first treaty of trade with the United States. And also, both countries are part and founding signatories of the OAS Charter. In this regard, I would like to congratulate him for his new post and underscore his brilliant past, business leadership, public commitment, and a deep-seated humanist vocation. His vast experience in the private arena shows strategy and pragmatism, and we're quite sure this will be a very important contribution for the organization. And similarly, then, his active participation in institutions dedicated to education, philanthropy, and strengthening communities show his personal commitment to these causes. We thus welcome his commitment in the fight against all forms of violence against women. Uruguay trusts that his experience in the public sector with his background in the private arena will enrich the discussions and the initiatives that we move ahead with to strengthen political dialogue, promote integral development, and defend democracy throughout the region. Mr. Ambassador, we wish you the best of success in your new functions, and we express Uruguay's will to work very closely with your delegation to move ahead with a hemispheric agenda that tallies with the challenges we have before us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uruguay, for your comments. Costa Rica has the floor. Good morning, everybody. Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto, new permanent representative of the United States to the Organization of American States. We would like to warmly welcome you and at the same time associate ourselves with the words that the Ambassador Irene Delgado of Panama is going to mention in a few minutes. And also on a national level, Ambassador Rizzuto, we would also like to wish you the best of success in your new remit. Your background, as we just heard, combines a broad experience in the business world, in the global world, and institutional leadership and public service. This breadth of united vision, your commitment and strengthening communities will undoubtedly enrich the deliberations of this permanent council and the joint work in favor of integral development, competitiveness in the Americas, and democracy in the hemisphere. The United States and Costa Rica share a solid friendship built over decades based on democratic values, mutual respect, and solid cooperation in many different areas. We are countries that have always found a way to dialogue, entrepreneurship, understanding, and cooperation. Ambassador Rizzuto, Costa Rica wishes you the best of success in this new professional stage, and we are fully willing to work with you and your team in a fruitful and respectful way. We trust that your term will build the ties that unite our countries and enrich the hemispheric discussion and debate in this House of the Americas. Thank you very much. Be welcome. Thank you very much, Costa Rica. Following your comments, Colombia has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. With the coordinator of the group of 10 and those words, I'm now going to take the floor to warmly welcome Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto as the new representative of the United States to the OAS. Ambassador, your arrival to this Inter-American Forum gives us an opportunity to underscore the historic relationship between Colombia and the United States, a relationship of dialogue and partnership based on democratic values that we share and a firm commitment to peace, regional respects. And over the course of years, we have closely worked in the OAS to promote democracy, to strengthen the rule of law, police cooperation and judicial cooperation, and the fight against corruption, multidimensional security, and defense of human rights through the Inter-American system. Today, when our hemisphere is dealing with increasingly complex challenges, we have to continue to work together with determination, dialogue, and a strategic outlook which is geared towards the future. Our governments should keep coordination going and constant dialogue ongoing, because there are people who would like to separate our historic allyship to the detriment of the region. Now, this distancing will only favor corrupt and criminal structures. These are criminal and corrupt structures that President Gustavo Petro has decried and has had to deal with for decades. During his work as senator And Gustavo Petro had public denunciations on the ties of Congress people with criminal and drug trafficking networks. We're talking about 45% of the third part, that is to say, of the Senate. He underscored the need to protect democratic institutions. When our nations move apart, these structures find new spaces in which to operate and deeply affect our peoples. Colombia reaffirms its will to continue to work hand in hand and to contribute in a coordinated way to building a more inclusive hemisphere, one that is more prosperous with rights for all people, to make it more safe and more democratic. Ambassador Risuto, be welcome, and we wish you the best of success during your term here. You have the full-fledged cooperation of Colombia. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Colombia, for your comments. Guatemala has the floor. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of Panama, that has already mentioned the group of 10, my delegation is honored to also offer some words and to warmly welcome His Excellency Ambassador Leandro Risuto, Permanent Representative of the United States, to the Organization of American States. As we all well know, and we've heard, the background of Ambassador has solid experience in the private sector, in the public sector as well, and including his work to represent foreign affairs. This has been done with international dialogue and with a view to strengthening cooperation among states. Recognizing that the OAS is a fundamental forum for dialogue and hemispheric cooperation, we celebrate the idea of Ambassador Risuto, whose contribution will strengthen the joint efforts that we make in the region. Guatemala, with the United States, has a relationship based on a multilateral agenda which is geared toward results, especially when it comes to democratic governance, human rights, economic development, and regional security. In this framework, then, we value the will of the United States to contribute to a more effective, efficient OAS, which can take on challenges that confront our hemisphere. We would like to welcome you and reiterate our full-fledged will to constructively work with you and with your mission in the quest for common solutions and to strengthen the institution that is the OAS. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Paraguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We go along with the comments made by the Group of 10, and we would like to thank Ecuador for coordinating that. And nationally, we would like to warmly welcome Ambassador Leonardo Risuto, Permanent Representative of the United States. We reaffirm for Ambassador Risuto and his entire team full-fledged will of my delegation and willingness and openness to closely work with issues we have in common, underscoring the excellent relations of friendship and cooperation that bring our two countries together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paraguay. St. Lucia has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. St. Lucia is pleased to join you and other delegations in welcoming Ambassador Leandro Risuto as permanent representative of the United States to the OAS. We extend to him our warmest congratulations on his assumption to this important post and wish him every success in the exercise of this mandate. The United States is a long-standing partner in our national development, our security cooperation, and our collective efforts to uphold democracy, the rule of law, and human rights in the hemisphere. We look forward to working constructively and in the spirit of mutual respect with Ambassador Risuto to deepen that partnership, particularly in areas of importance to small island developing states. We are confident that under his stewardship, the United States will continue to contribute actively and meaningfully to a strong, more responsive, and more unified inter-American system. St. Lucia assures him of our cooperation in the work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia. El Salvador has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of our regional coordinator, Ambassador Delgado, Permanent Representative of Panama, I would like to extend, on behalf of the delegation of El Salvador, the warmest welcome to Ambassador Leandro Risuto. Ambassador Risuto, it's an honor to receive you here in our Permanent Council. a space for getting together for political dialogue and exchange of experiences, and based on initiatives with a quest for joint solutions to the challenges that we share as a region. We value the historic ties of friendship between El Salvador and the United States, ties that have been strengthened even more between our governments, and we hope that this will be projected and move towards the success of work in our organization in terms of democracy, security, development, and human rights. We are quite sure that your term here in the OAS will be crucial to do our work together for efficiency, transparency, and modernization of the organization and its processes, with the end of coming up with concrete results, posterity, and well-being for our peoples. You have the support of my delegation to deal with the institutional and hemispheric challenges that we have before us. May this stage be a new opportunity to strengthen cooperation amongst our nations and promote well-being of all citizens in the Americas. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, El Salvador. A continuación tiene...
Thank you very much, El Salvador. Honduras has the floor. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I'd like to warmly greet all colleagues, and on behalf of the government of Honduras, put that precisely, let me just say that we are commemorating the Day of Women, Xiomara Castro, that has been mentioned so many times in this council. On behalf of the government of President Castro, we would like to warmly welcome Ambassador Leandro Risuto. These ties of friendship that we have had between Honduras and the United States, of cooperation, mutual respect, I hope that they will continue to be alive, and we appreciate you, Ambassador, for democracy and peace and everything that will benefit all human beings. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honduras. Grenada has the floor.
Mr. Chair, good morning, everyone. My delegation welcomes Ambassador Leandro Risuto to the Permanent Council. We extend congratulations to you, sir, on your appointment and assure you of our full cooperation as you assume this a very important responsibility. The United States and Grenada, as with the rest of the Caribbean, share long-standing ties of geography, history, and partnership. For our states, the strength of this relationship is measured in practical cooperation, whether in energy security, in democracy protection, in health, in education, and just simply in the prosperity of our peoples. And so, Ambassador Risuto, Grenada looks forward to working with you in a spirit of mutual respect, open dialogue, and constructive engagement, particularly as we navigate a hemispheric landscape in which small states like ours, large states alike, must reaffirm our shared commitment to peace, to stability, and to development. We wish you every success in your tenure and welcome you to this council. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Grenada. Trinidad and Tobago has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The delegation of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is pleased to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Leandro Risuto, Permanent Representative of the United States of America to the Organization of American States. Ambassador Risuto, we congratulate you on your assumption of this important responsibility and express every confidence that your experience and capabilities will enrich the deliberations of this Council. Trinidad and Tobago values the long-standing and multifaceted partnership with the United States bilaterally and within the inter-American system. We reaffirm our readiness to work closely with you and your delegation in the spirit of dialogue, mutual respect, and solidarity as we collectively strive to advance the mandates of the OAS and champion priorities that are responsive to the needs of the people of the Americas. Excellency, we look forward to constructive engagement and wish you a fruitful tenure at this august body. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago. The Dominican Republic has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of the SECA Group, I would like to express on behalf of the delegation of the Dominican Republic the warmest welcome to Ambassador Leandro Risuto because of his recent nomination as a permanent representative of the United States to this organization. The Dominican Republic and the United States have had a very solid relationship based on historic ties of friendship, cooperation, and mutual respect. We have worked for decades as partners, allies, and strategic partners to promote the well-being of our people, promoting initiatives together that have taken on institutional strengthening and democratic governance, all the way to citizenship, education, trade, sustainable development, and attention to regional challenges that are most urgent. In this regard, we truly value the role that the United States plays in the OAS, as well as the spirit of cooperation that has characterized our bilateral and multilateral interaction. This organization is a very special space for political dialogue, the quest for consensus, and the construction of collective solutions. In a diverse and dynamic hemisphere such as ours, joint work in the OAS is of special importance. And in this vein, we share good practices and deal with firm steps ahead with common vision. This is defense of human rights, democracy, and the promotion of integral development. Ambassador Rizzuto, we reiterate our firm commitment of our country to continue to deepen this relationship of cooperation and to continue to work hand in hand with the United States and with all member states to promote an inclusive, prosperous, and safe region. We truly believe that under your stewardship and your experience, the work of the United States and the OAS will contribute to strengthening the inter-American system and enrich our deliberations and joint efforts. We wish you the best of success as you carry out your functions, and we're quite sure that your tenure will be fruitful and do well for the hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. Panama has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very honored to take the floor this morning to represent the delegations of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, the Dominican Republic, and Panama, to express a very warm welcome to Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto as the new permanent representative of the United States to the Organization of American States. Our region has, with the United States, a relationship that shares a bilateral agenda geared toward concrete results. This includes cooperation in migration issues and hemispheric security, the defense of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, always looking for the highest proposal to have economic well-being. We reiterate, Ambassador, the continued relevance of the OAS as the main political regional forum since 1948, which serves as a platform for hemispheric cooperation and to promote values, purposes, and fundamental principles that we have upheld more than 7 decades. The objectives that gave rise to our institution are still in force and very vital with our joint work between or among our people. So in this regard, then, our countries share the commitment to back up the efforts which are geared toward transforming the OAS into an institution which is more efficient, more transparent, and responsible, guaranteeing that their resources are focused on mandates and essential pillars. We agree, Ambassador, that the institutional reform should preserve the OAS as a political relevant forum, which brings together nations of this hemisphere with constructive dialogue and effective cooperation. In extending to you this warm welcome, Ambassador Rizzuto, I would like to reiterate our full-fledged willingness of our delegations to work very closely with your distinguished mission in the quest for shared solutions for the region and to strengthen the institutions of our organization. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Panama. Jamaica has the floor.
Mr. Chair. Chair, Assistant Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor on behalf of the delegation of Jamaica to extend a warm and sincere welcome to His Excellency Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto, recently appointed permanent representative of the United States to the Organization of American States. The delegation of Jamaica congratulates you on your appointment and thank you for your presence with us today. Your assumption of this important role comes at a time when the hemisphere faces many challenges, but also significant opportunities for strengthened collaboration, deeper dialogue, and renewed commitment to the principles that guide this organization. The United States occupies a unique and indispensable place in the inter-American system. Your government's long-standing partnership with Jamaica is reflected in our shared work and economic development, citizen security, immigration. We look forward to continued and expanded cooperation under your tenure, grounded in mutual respect, shared values, and a common commitment to the well-being of the peoples of the Americas. Ambassador Risotto, Jamaica attaches particular importance to the OAS as a forum for constructive engagement and problem solving. We believe that effective multilateralism requires sustained dialogue, open channels of communication, and a willingness to listen, especially to the voices of small island states like Jamaica, which have the most to gain from a strong and inclusive system of hemispheric cooperation. In that spirit, we welcome the opportunity to work closely with you and your delegation as we address the region's most pressing priorities. These include advancing democratic norms and institutions, confronting transnational organized crime, supporting Haiti in its path towards security, stability, enhancing economic opportunities for our citizens, and ensuring that the OAS continues to operate with integrity, transparency, and engagement with the United States. We see your arrival as an opportunity to reinforce these partnerships within the multilateral context and to identify new avenues for joint action. The delegation of Jamaica is confident that your leadership experience and commitment to service will strengthen the work of this organization and deepen the bonds of friendship. We stand ready to collaborate with you in the spirit of solidarity, constructive engagement, and shared purpose. On behalf of the delegation of Jamaica, I extend our best wishes for a successful tenure. Please accept our assurances for full cooperation as you undertake your responsibilities in this important role within the hemispheric family. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamaica. Senator Nevis has the floor.
Thank you very much. I join with colleagues in extending warm welcome to the new ambassador of the United States of America. I just got in, unfortunately, but I really want to extend my delegation's delight at having you here, Mr. Risotto, Ambassador Risotto. We look forward to engaging with you in ensuring that all of the pillars of the organization are not only strengthened, but advanced to the benefit of all of the member states of the hemispheric body. On behalf of my delegation, I want to extend to you best wishes for a successful tenure, and I look forward to engaging one-on-one with you and on behalf of the delegation. Thank you very much. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Representative. Peru is recognized. Chair. Peru echoes the words of welcome to the permanent representative of the United States to the OAS, Ambassador Leandro Rizzuto, expressed by the representative of Ecuador as coordinator of the Group of 10, which we are a member of. However, I would also like to add some additional words. In Peru and the United States, we are founding members not only of the OAS, but also of its predecessor, the Pan American Union. This shared history is sustained in a community of values. And along those lines, we also support the proposal of Ambassador Rizzuto that we reorient our organization to promote international trade without forgetting security, democracy, and human rights. That is in line with the principles that led to the founding of the OAS, as this is the only way that we can achieve development for our people. Trade is associated not only with development, but also peace. trade integration of our markets and economies is an initiative that our organization can and should make its own. You can count on Peru's support. It is one of the most open economies on the planet. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your intervention. We would like to wish Ambassador Rizzuto much success as permanent representative of the United States to this Organization of American States.
A continuación pasamos al
Moving on to item 3 on our agenda. We will now give a very warm welcome to Ambassador Nestor Mendez as permanent representative of Belize. He presented his credentials to the Secretary General on November 13th last, and his trajectory and dedication to this organization speak for themselves. We all recognize the outstanding work that Ambassador carried out as ASG of the OAS and previously as permanent representative of Belize, as well as his leadership, experience, and profound understanding of this organization. These qualities are highly valued by all of our members. Ambassador Mendez, we give you the warmest welcome back to this permanent council. We are certain that your experience will continue to be a valuable contribution to the work of this body and strengthening the principles and values that guide this organization. Welcome once again, Ambassador, and I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. His Excellency Tomás Ignacio Pascual, Chair of the Permanent Council, Her Excellency Laura Hill, Assistant Secretary General, other members of the head table, dear former colleagues, distinguished ambassadors and permanent representatives, alternate representatives, permanent observers, my dear members of the Belize Permanent Mission to the OAS, colleagues and friends. It is a profound honor for me to return to the Permanent Council of the OAS as the ambassador and permanent representative of Belize. I express sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Briceño, and to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Education, Culture, and Science and Technology, the Honorable Francis Fonseca, for entrusting me with this responsibility. Mr. Chairman, since it has been less than a week since my presentation of credentials, where I had the opportunity to speak at length about Belize's role, presence, and priorities at the OAS, I will make this intervention brief. For Belize, the OAS remains an indispensable pillar of the inter-American system, a forum where diplomacy, cooperation, and shared purpose converge in service of peace, democracy, human rights, integral development, and security. At a moment when our hemisphere confronts challenges that are increasingly interconnected, the role of this organization and the collective will of its member states has never been more vital. Belize views multilateralism not as an abstract principle, but as a practical necessity. Issues such as climate change, energy insecurity, widening inequality, the digital divide, and the growing sophistication of transnational organized crime demand coordinated hemispheric responses. The OAS provides a unique space where our diverse perspectives can be harnessed towards common solutions. In this regard, Belize will prioritize an agenda grounded in the 4 pillars of the OAS, both with special focus on sustainable development, resilience, and inclusive economic opportunity. We will also advocate for policies that strengthen entrepreneurship, empower young people, expand access to quality education and skills training, and promote equitable and rules-based trade. We will work to advance regional strategies to enhance energy security and transition to cleaner, more resilient energy systems. Equally important is the need to intensify hemispheric cooperation to combat transnational organized crime, crimes against the environment, money laundering, and the drug trade, threats that undermine governance, public safety, and development across the Americas. Belize remains firmly committed to strengthening cooperation, information sharing, and institutional capacity to confront these challenges in partnership with fellow member states. The challenges and threats to democratic systems and to the structures for the protection of human rights will also be given our full attention. Chairman, Belize is deeply appreciative of the OAS' long-standing support in relation to the peaceful process to resolve Guatemala's territorial, insular, and maritime claim. The work of the Adjacency Zone Office and the good offices of the Secretary General have been instrumental in fostering stability, confidence, and constructive engagement. As the matter proceeds before the International Court of Justice, we reiterate our confidence in international law and our gratitude for the OAS's continued accompaniment. Ladies and gentlemen, small and vulnerable states like mine stand on the front lines of the climate crisis. Sea level rise, degradation of marine ecosystems, and increasingly frequent extreme weather events jeopardize our development and our very survival. Belize will therefore continue to advocate for heightened hemispheric ambition on climate change, development financing, and environmental stewardship. The OAS must remain a bridge between national realities and collective action, ensuring that the most vulnerable are not left behind. As I return to this Permanent Council, having served the organization in another capacity for 10 years, I do so with renewed respect for the dedication of its staff and for the transformative potential of its work. The OAS possesses a unique convening power and a reservoir of technical expertise that, when fully utilized, can significantly strengthen democratic resilience, promote social inclusion, and expand development opportunities across our region. I also want to take the opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to join the other delegations in extending a warm welcome to Ambassador Rissuto. Ambassador, our countries have a long tradition of friendship and working together, and I look forward to working with you in the many areas you identified where our priorities converge. Belize stands ready to work closely with all delegations, the Secretary General, the Assistant Secretary General, and the General Secretariat to advance an OAS that is effective, forward-looking, and grounded in the principles that unite us. Together, let us work toward an organization that responds to the evolving needs of our peoples and contributes meaningfully to a more prosperous, secure, and sustainable hemisphere. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your intervention. Welcome once again, and now I will give the floor to the coordinators of the regional groups and the other delegations who would like to welcome the permanent representative of Belize. The United States is recognized.
The United States welcomes Ambassador Mendez's return to the Permanent Council and values his familiarity with OAS processes and institutional management. The United States maintains a strong bilateral partnership with Belize grounded in cooperation on regional security, immigration management, anti-trafficking efforts, and expanding economic growth, and certainly investment opportunity. Belize is a key partner in counter-narcotics cooperation, addressing illegal immigration flows and strengthening border security. The United States looks forward to collaborating with Belize and Ambassador Menendez on advancing constructive and more streamlined OAS that remains aligned with its core purposes under the Charter. Welcome, Ambassador.
Muchas gracias, Estados Unidos.
Thank you very much to the United States. Argentina. Chair, if you may, I would like to ask to speak first as Argentina and Ecuador as coordinators of the Group of 10. And if you could give her the floor and then me. Certainly, Ambassador. We give the floor to Ecuador, and then we will give the floor to the Argentine representation. Ecuador.
Gracias, presidente. Gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic of Ecuador, as coordinator of the Group of 10, is honored to give a very warm welcome to Ambassador Nestor Mendez. He is back at this home as permanent representative of Belize to the OAS.
Su reincorporación.
Rejoining this council is particularly meaningful. For a decade, he was the Assistant Secretary General with great conviction and vision, leaving an institutional footprint that has consolidated effective spaces for cooperation in essential areas such as development, inclusion, governability, democracy, and human rights. This deep knowledge of the inter-American structure and above all his experience working through respectful dialogue and building consensus is today a great contribution for the conjecture in which we find ourselves. For the Group of 10, his return provides us with strategic clarity and strengthens our conviction that an OAS that is modern, useful, and active is possible. His national and international experience will enrich our conversations in this council and allow us to project a hemispheric vision that is inclusive, balanced, and in line with the challenges that our world faces. We reiterate our best wishes for most success in this new chapter, and we are fully willing from the Group of 10 to work on these initiatives to strengthen multilateralism in the Americas and to build tangible results for our nations. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ecuador.
Thank you, Ecuador. And as we had agreed earlier, I will now give the floor to the permanent representative of Argentina. Ambassador? Thank you, Chair, for your kindness. Argentina is fully in line with the concepts just shared by the Ecuadorian delegation as coordinator of the Group of 10. I will be brief, but not light when it comes to these concepts, and I had the opportunity to work, Chair, very closely with Ambassador Mendez when I arrived to D.C. 7 months ago, more or less, and in his former role as ASG. In one of the many meetings that we held, bilateral meetings with Ambassador Mendez, that is, I shared a message that I often repeat with my closest colleagues, that building trust is an art, and it must be nourished each day, but that requires time to ripen. But a lack of trust, losing trust, is something you can earn in an instant. I was lucky. I was able to build that trust with Ambassador Mendez, and since I have met him, we continue to nourish that trust mutually. I strongly believe that in his new role as permanent representative of Belize at the OAS, we will continue to strengthen that trust. And Nestor, it feels like you never left here, and so it's difficult to wish you a welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you, Argentina. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is now recognized.
Gracias, Presidente. On behalf of the permanent mission of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to extend a cordial welcome to Ambassador Nestor Mendez as the permanent representative of Belize to the Organization of American States. As we all know, Ambassador Mendez brings with him decades of experience in the multilateral forum, proven leadership skills, and an unquestionable dedication to the enduring principles of democracy, development, human rights, and security upon which this organization is built and which are designed to safeguard the peace and tranquility of our hemisphere. My mission is confident that Ambassador Mendez's vision and commitment will greatly enhance our collective efforts to advance cooperation and further strengthen the invaluable solidarity and friendship among the nations of the Americas. We look forward to Ambassador Mendez's valuable inputs and contributions and reiterate our own commitment to working collaboratively to advance the shared priorities and goals of the Organization of American States. Ambassador Mendez, we wish you success in your role and assure you that you can count on our solidarity. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Canada, please. Thank you very much, Chair. We are delighted to welcome Ambassador Nestor Mendez as permanent representative of Belize at the OAS. He has already contributed so much to this diplomatic community over his decades of experience as ASG at the OAS, and he has advanced gender equality, encouraged innovation, and the professionalization of young people, as well as focused on climate change and the capacities of vulnerable states to respond to natural disasters.
Canada and Belize share long and strong human, trade, consular, cultural, and multilateral relations. Indeed, Ambassador Mendez has contributed to those over the years, and he brings with him an entirely unique and insightful set of skills and knowledge to enrich our conversations and debates. Canada has always appreciated Ambassador Mendez's openness and collegiality in his former roles and looks forward to continuing collaborating with him and his delegation in this same constructive vein in his new capacity. Every success, Ambassador Mendez.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Canada, for your intervention. Costa Rica is recognized.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would also like to ask that Panama speak first as coordinator of the regional group, if that is possible. Certainly. And so, just as we did earlier with Ecuador and Argentina, just to follow the order, Panama is a little further down on the list. I'd like to ask if Costa Rica would like to speak after Panama. How would you like to proceed?
Como usted guste.
However you like. I would just like to speak after Panama. So we will give the floor to Panama and then Costa Rica, and then we will continue with Jamaica.
Embajadora.
Ambassador, I give you the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Ambassador of Costa Rica for giving me the floor. I'm honored to speak once again this morning on behalf of the delegations of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Panama, and the Dominican Republic in order to express our most cordial welcome to His Excellency Ambassador Nestor Mendez, the permanent representative of Belize to the OAS. For our region, it's particularly gratifying to salute such an experienced and recognized diplomat in the inter-American system. Ambassador Mendez has over 20 years of public service in Belize's foreign service, and he has been ambassador to the OAS, permanent representative of Belize to the OAS, High Commissioner to Canada, as well as diplomatic roles in the UK and Guatemala. His previous time at the OAS was marked by his strategic vision for innovation, competitiveness, as well as a staunch commitment to hemispheric security, gender equality, care for vulnerable groups, and the pressing need to act in the face of climate change, particularly to benefit the smallest and most exposed states. Central American countries in the DR recognize in Belize and today in His Excellency that we have a close partner with whom we share historic, cultural, and geographical ties that run deep. And we also face shared challenges, which underscore the need to strengthen our political integration and coordinate efforts in the inter-American system. We strongly believe that the valuable experience of Ambassador Mendez, as well as his conviction in revitalizing and modernizing our organization and strengthening our role in the hemisphere, as well as building spaces for cooperation for progress and sustainable development, will continue to be meaningful contributions to our efforts here at this House of the Americas. Ambassador Mendez, we reiterate our best wishes in exercise of your high-level functions, and we are fully willing to working closely with your distinguished delegation, as we strongly believe that your leadership will have a fundamental impact in moving toward shared solutions, allowing us to consolidate a more prosperous, safe, sustainable, and inclusive region. You're very welcome, Ambassador Mendez. You can count on the support and friendship of Central America and the DR. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias,
Thank you, Ambassador. And now, giving the previous agreement, we will give the floor to the delegation of Costa Rica, and then we will move on to Jamaica in the order of speakers. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, all. Ambassador Nestor Mendez, permanent representative of Belize to the OAS. We echo the intervention made by the Ambassador of Panama, and with your indulgence, we will now speak on behalf of Panama in order to give you a warm welcome to a person who we are once again delighted to receive, who knows every single corner of this House of the Americas and who has held it in his heart for many decades. We're honored to give you a warm welcome back and wish you the very best, Ambassador Mendez. Your ties to the OAS are not a minor detail. You have taken part in countless sessions of the Permanent Council, cycles of chairs, many GAs, negotiations, institutional reforms, crises, summits, and many, many mandates. Certainly for us, it's a great honor to have your contribution back at this Permanent Council and to leverage all of your accumulated experience through all of these years and also bring this noble, constructive spirit which has always characterized your work in all of the positions I've mentioned. Thank you very much, and thanks to your experience as well as your human warmth, you have built a bridge between countries. You are a tireless defender of human rights in areas of youth, persons living in conditions of vulnerability, and many other important causes for all member states of the region. You have also been a strong voice for modernizing this institution, promoting the value of dialogue and the belief that this organization continues to be sine qua non for democratic coexistence in the Americas. Dear Nestor, Ambassador, thank you for coming back to this home, which is also your home. And thank you for enriching us with your commitment and experience. And I know that during this new chapter, we will also see you make a huge difference in our work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Costa Rica. Now we will give the floor to Jamaica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished permanent representatives, Assistant Secretary General, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and pleasure for the Jamaican delegation to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Nestor Mendez, the recently appointed permanent representative of Belize to the Organization of American States. Ambassador Mendez is no stranger to these esteemed halls. In fact, he returns to the OAS with a distinguished legacy, one that has helped to shape not only this institution, but also the hemispheric agenda in meaningful and lasting ways. His decade-long service as Assistant Secretary General of the OAS and his previous tenure as Ambassador of Belize to the United States and permanent representative to the OAS have solidified his reputation as a thoughtful diplomat, an unwavering regionalist, and a steadfast champion of the values we collectively uphold. Ambassador Mendez's appointment is a testament to the confidence reposed in him by the government of Belize. He is known as a consensus builder, a trusted partner, and a diplomat who listens as much as he leads. His experience as a former Assistant Secretary General will undoubtedly enrich our deliberations and strengthen the bridge between our region and the wider inter-American system. At a time when our hemisphere continues to navigate complex political, social, environmental, and economic challenges, the return of such an experienced and respected representative is both timely and welcome. We look forward to Ambassador Mendez's continued advocacy for issues such as economic development, digital transformation, security, youth engagement, empowerment of women, and the advancement of our people's well-being. Ambassador Mendez, on behalf of the delegation of Jamaica I extend warm congratulations. We are confident that you will continue to bring distinction to Belize and to our wider regional family. Please be assured of our full support and cooperation as you resume your work within this hemispheric organization. We wish you every success in your new role, and we look forward to the renewed vigor and wisdom you bring to the OAS. Ambassador, welcome back to the OAS family. I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Jamaica, for your intervention, and now we will give the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis.
Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, St. Kitts and Nevis is especially pleased to welcome back to this council Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Permanent Representative of Belize. Excellency, your return to the discourse at this hemispheric table feels both familiar and reassuring, for you have long been known to us as a calm, steady, and insightful voice, one whose perspectives enrich deliberations and strengthen collective purpose. We first served together as ambassadors and permanent representatives during my initial tenure at the OAS. Then I had the privilege of joining your team, Excellency, as an advisor here at the OAS, and now here we are again in yet another configuration. At this point, I am not sure who is following whom, but it seems that we are destined never to escape each other. Certainly what is for sure is that it is a pleasure to find myself once more in your esteemed company in these halls. On behalf of St. Kitts and Nevis, I'm beyond delighted that we will now benefit from the added depth of your expertise and experience after 10 years as Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, because I am sure that these years have brought to you and added to your already formidable diplomatic acumen. We look forward to the renewed energy and wisdom you bring to the role that is at once new and familiar at the same time. Ambassador Mendez, St. Kitts and Nevis wishes you every success as you resume this important responsibility on behalf of your country, one that will undoubtedly continue to prosper and to bring progress to the hemisphere through your work. Welcome back. It is a pleasure to have you here again.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And now I recognize Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, it is my pleasure to take the floor again to warmly welcome His Excellency Ambassador Nestor Mendez, Permanent Representative of Belize to the OAS. Ambassador, Trinidad and Tobago recognizes your long and distinguished record of service within the inter-American system, including your decade-long tenure as Assistant Secretary General and your previous service as Belize's Permanent Representative. Your intimate knowledge of the work of the OAS and demonstrated commitment to peace, dialogue, and development continue and will augur well for achieving the objectives that bind us all. Trinidad and Tobago welcomes Belize's steadfast commitment to the principles and purposes of the OAS, including cooperation, consensus building, and collective action to strengthen democracy, human rights, security, and good governance. We agree that a strong, respected, and resilient OAS is in the best interest of all member states, both large and small, and that our greatest asset remains the mutual respect, empathy, and political will we bring to this table. As our hemisphere continues to confront the complex challenges related to sustainable development, security, climate change, inequality, among others, Trinidad and Tobago shares the view that the OAS must remain an indispensable platform for forging collective responses. As such, we look forward to working closely with your delegation and to joining efforts with fellow member states to strengthen the organization, empower our peoples, and ensure that the OAS continues to serve as an effective, inclusive, and responsive institution for the hemisphere. Please accept, Excellency, our warmest congratulations and best wishes for success in your renewed tenure. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por...
Thank you very much for your comments. Uruguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of my country, I would like to express our warmest welcome to the great friend of this House, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, and say that we fully are happy to receive this representative who is very deeply linked to the Organization of American States. His extensive experience in multilateralism in the inter-American sphere and as ASG and permanent defender of peace and democracy not only speak to his professional capacity, but also looks at a sustained commitment to the hemispheric values. And I'm very happy to personally know Ambassador Mendez for my years as main rapporteur for the freedom of expression here in the OAS, and for the many times we worked together over the course of those years. Uruguay recognizes and values the leadership of Ambassador Mendez in the areas that have been mentioned, and in addition to integral development, defense of Afro-descendants, social inclusion, opportunities for youth, and the administrative runnings of the OAS, we're quite sure that he will strengthen the collective work that we have for the benefit of the region. Count on Uruguay to closely cooperate with those common issues and to continue to build spaces of bridges and contribution for human rights and peace in the hemisphere. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Uruguay, for your comments. Colombia has the floor. Thank you very much. I would like to echo the warm welcome that all of our friends have already expressed so far. And also with the permission of the Group of 10, Ecuador, I would also like to warmly welcome Nestor Mendez as the new representative of Belize to the OAS. His return to this organization, of course, it's yours, as many have said, is significant. Your broad-based experience as the Assistant Secretary General contributed to institutional strengthening, development, and rights for Afro-descendant people and indigenous peoples, as well as the youth and others as well. Bilateral relations between Colombia and Belize was built on mutual understanding and cooperation. We have worked together in security, trade, development, as well as in infrastructure projects, tourism, environment, and the fight against drug trafficking. We also share efforts, as you quite rightly said initially, in terms of climate change. This is a challenge that calls for regional cooperation. And within the OAS, our countries have agreed on initiatives which are geared towards strengthening inclusion, resilience, and sustainable development for our societies. And we remember the work that you did for the ministerial in Bogota. Now, we're living in a very complex time in the hemisphere that calls for responsibility, dialogue, and consistency with the principles that we share. Your experience in the OAS will be valuable to accompany all of the work we do together in a context in which we have to have common sense and multilateralism. Colombia reaffirms its willingness to continue to strengthen the relationship with Belize and to cooperate hand in hand to move towards a more safe, a more inclusive, a more prosperous and respectful hemisphere, and to underscore democratic institutions. Be welcome, Ambassador. We wish you the best of results in your new role and count on the cooperation and work with Colombia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Colombia, for your comments. Honduras has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, formally, it was already said, and quite rightly said, the Ambassador of Panama, Irene Delgado, warmly welcomed Ambassador Nestor Mendez. But when a friend comes or goes and comes back, we can't remain silent. I have to say something. Well, Nestor is like a Garcia Marquez person, a magic guy. He disappears, and then all of a sudden he's back. And not too long ago, we were bidding our farewells, and today, here we are again, right here, as if he had never gone. So much so that he loves the OAS, and Nestor, we worked together so much, and I truly believe that if you weren't assigned as ambassador, you would be selling something outside of the OAS just to be close to the OAS, to be one of those food trucks. So once again, warm welcome to you. Thank you very much, Ambassador, for your comments. Paraguay has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And going along with the comments made by the Group of 10, Paraguay would like to warmly welcome Ambassador Nestor Mendez and his return to our organization. We truly appreciate that he brings with him a deep-seated knowledge and accumulated experience during his term as Assistant Secretary General. For Paraguay, Ambassador Mendez is a close friend and a key partner, especially because of his crucial role in preparing the 54th General Assembly of the OAS, which took place in Asunción in June 2024. We reiterate our willingness to work closely with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paraguay, for your comments. St. Lucia has the floor.
Chair, my delegation is delighted to welcome Ambassador Nestor Mendez as the new permanent representative of Belize to the OAS. We extend congratulations to our CARICOM sister state on this appointment and convey best wishes to Ambassador Mendez as he takes up his new responsibilities. We do so with particular sense of appreciation given the distinguished service of Ambassador Mendez as Assistant Secretary General of the OAS over the past decade. His deep knowledge of the inter-American system, his long-standing commitment to small and vulnerable states, and his steadfast advocacy for the values of democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security are well known to all of us in this council. St. Lucia is especially encouraged that a fellow CARICOM national with such experience returns to the council in the capacity of permanent representative. We are confident that he will continue to be a strong voice and advocate for the concerns of small developing states across the hemisphere. St. Lucia looks forward to working closely with him and with the delegation of Belize in advancing a more equitable, more resilient, and more united Americas. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, St. Lucia, for your comments. El Salvador has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of our coordinator for the SECA group, my delegation would also like to warmly welcome our colleague and friend, Ambassador Nestor Mendez, as permanent representative of Belize to the OAS. El Salvador would like to congratulate you for your appointment with the firm commitment that Belize has with the values and principles of the organization. Your broad-based knowledge of the OAS and experience of many years has many different facets, the most recent being the role as Assistant Secretary General. So in this vein, your capacity for dialogue and to build consensus were very necessary and are necessary in an organization, given the challenges that we have in front of us. We share a bilateral and regional history, which is one of closeness and dialogue. We have shared many spaces where we have defended common causes and the urgency of working together. Dear Ambassador Ernesto, we wish you greatest of success, and we affirm, and please accept my delegation's support. Thank you very much, El Salvador, for your comments. Mexico has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Mexico very affectionately would like to warmly welcome Ambassador Nestor Mendez, permanent representative of Belize to the OAS, whose brilliant diplomatic and committed career to multilateralism and cooperation in the hemisphere is recognized in his role as Assistant Secretary General of this organization from 2015 to 2025. Mexico, as the first country to have established diplomatic relations with Belize after independence in 1981, has a bilateral relationship which is fraternal and solid, and we continue to strengthen it through a constructive agenda and one which is geared towards the well-being of our people. Our deep relationship as a neighbor full of respect and cooperation is reflected in various different multilateral arenas, as well as in the work that we do together in this organization. Ambassador Mendez, we wish you the best of success on this new stage at the OAS, now with the high responsibility of once again representing your country in this Inter-American Forum. The delegation of Mexico is ready to support you in supporting effective multilateralism based on international law and on the purposes and principles of the Charter of the OAS, putting people center in all of our discussions. Thank you very much. Welcome, Ambassador Mendez. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Haiti has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, Assistant Secretary General, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, and permanent representatives, assistant representatives, dear all, I would like to echo the comments made by other countries who took the floor before me to warmly welcome to the OAS Ambassador Rizzuto from the United States of America and Ambassador Nestor Mendez from Belize. For Ambassador Rizzuto, the United States, I would like to remember the strong relationship that Haiti has had with your country. I avail myself again to once again thank the United States for all of their precious initiatives with my country and people that face multidimensional crises. Mr. Ambassador, Ambassador Rizzuto, please know that the Republic of Haiti accords great importance to continue our bonds of cooperation and friendship that links our two countries. To Ambassador Nestor Mendez, I should like to express, on the one hand, our deep-seated friendship, as well as our deep recognition and acknowledgement of you. Ambassador Mendez is one of the most experienced ambassadors of our forum. Ambassador Mendez, I would like to say that he has always paid special attention to the Haitian crisis. While he was Assistant Secretary General of our organization. So I believe that this is a big opportunity for the organization to have a former Assistant Secretary General to once again sit amongst us as permanent representative. Our deep-seated congratulations to Ambassador Mendez from Belize, and once again, warm welcome, Ambassador Rizzuto from the United States of America. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Haiti, for your comments. Grenada has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, my delegation is really truly glad, very happy to be able to welcome here Ambassador Nestor Mendez to the Permanent Council. Belize and Grenada, we have an enjoyable, I would say, very warm partnership as countries. It's grounded in a shared Caribbean identity and in our collective commitment to the values that guide this OAS organization as well. We look forward to your continued leadership, Excellency, particularly as a fellow member of the CARICOM and a member of the CARICOM caucus here in DC, where our very unified voice remains essential to safeguarding democracy, protecting human rights, and advancing a people-centered development agenda. Your return to this council strengthens the presence of our region at a moment when unity, clarity, and principled diplomacy is needed more than ever before. We know you contribute greatly to that, and my delegation, my country, offers its full support and best wishes for a successful tenure with us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Grenada, for your comments. Guatemala has the floor. Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of the delegation of Panama that had words for the countries of the Americas and the Dominican Republic, my delegation is honored to most warmly welcome His Excellency Ambassador Nestor Mendez, permanent representative of Belize, to the OAS. And as such, we echo the comments of acknowledgement of the broad-based career of Ambassador Mendez in the inter-American system, especially in this organization, where he has worked many, many years, both as Assistant Secretary General as well as in the permanent mission. His work reflects a mirror of commitment to dialogue, institutional cooperation. His leadership is very valuable for the work of this organization. In this spirit, then, we would like to underscore the fundamental role of the OAS in the promotion of trust and mutual understanding amongst member states. And this work, through various mechanisms, has upheld dialogue for peaceful solutions, and we truly value this support to this organization, to both countries, to promote measures that promote trust between our countries and our people. We're sure that under the leadership and stewardship of the ambassador members, the spirit of cooperation will be strengthened. Ambassador, Guatemala wishes you the best of success in your new functions and reiterates its willingness to work very closely and constructively with you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Guatemala, por su...
Thank you very much, Guatemala, for your comments. Dominican Republic has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm very honored and I'm very privileged to warmly welcome our dear friend and colleague for so many years, Ambassador Nelson Mendez, permanent representative of Belize to the OAS. Now that he is back and sitting with us in the Permanent Council, I would like to begin by underscoring the sterling diplomatic career that he has had that not only speaks to his professional competence, but also to his deep-seated commitment to the inter-American cause. Nestor is a true inter-Americanist. The route to Belize is marked by constant devotion and exemplary work. This has been shown over the course of more than 2 decades of service in which he has played different roles, both bilaterally as well as multilaterally. He has one of the most distinguished chapters in his career and as working as Assistant Secretary General. His solid academic background and his experience in different multilateral arenas strengthens his strategic vision and his capacity for dialogue. These are qualities that have underscored his entire career and which we truly appreciate. Our peoples and nations are united because of the close friendship that has been crystallized over the course of years. And once again, we firmly believe that under his leadership, we will work together to continue to deepen these ties, to promote the common well-being, and to broach the challenges that our hemisphere has to confront with the spirit of cooperation and solidarity. Ambassador Mendez, we wish you the best of success in this new chapter of your career, and you can count on the commitment of the mission of the Dominican Republic to work in favor of peace, democracy, human rights, and sustainable development in the Americas. Be welcome, Ambassador, our dear friend, and your work here will continue to be a source of inspiration for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dominican Republic. And lastly, Barbados has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome Ambassador Ruto of the United States and to say that my country and your country, we have always had very close relationships, and even personally for me, with my own family, my parents living in the United States, my siblings growing up here. And that has been a relationship which many Caribbean people, many Barbadian families can trace. And so we expect that relationship to continue and to be strengthened. It seems odd that I'm welcoming back Ambassador Mendez because just over a year ago, when I arrived here at the OAS, his was a very warm, friendly, and welcoming voice. Hearing an accent that was familiar to me, the Belizean accent, only strengthened that sense of welcome that I received from him and from all here at the OAS. Your return to the fora of the OAS strengthens our Caribbean caucus, and we will certainly be able to draw on your immense experience, skills as an international diplomat. So much has been said already about you this morning that I need not repeat the many accolades and the amazing journey that you have so far charted in your career. And we expect that this is not the end, but perhaps the medium point of your career, and that there's so much more to give, and we will be drawing on you for those skills. You know, in Christianity, the chosen one sits at the right hand of the Father. And while I know that I am unworthy and claim no such deity, it is not lost on me, Ambassador Mendez, that you sit at my right hand. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your comments. With this, then, we have concluded that item on the agenda. Ambassador Mendez, we wish you the greatest success in your new mission as permanent representative of Belize to this organization. Moving on to item 4 on our agenda, we have the next item on our agenda at the request made by the delegations of Brazil, Bolivia, Canada, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Mexico, Panama, the Dominican Republic, and Uruguay. It's up to us to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. In this regard, I would like to request the Secretary to project the video intervention of Her Excellency Marcia Lopes, Minister of Women of Brazil and President of the Conference of States of Party to the monitoring mechanism of the Belém do Pará Convention.
Tenemos lista la proyección.
Is our video ready? Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here at the Council of the OAS that has got together for the International Day for the elimination of all violence against women. I would like to say that here in Brazil, under the leadership of President Lula, there's a major, permanent, ongoing movement against all kinds of violence against women. We have a law, Maria da Penha, and this law, which celebrates 20 years of existence, is recognized throughout the entire world because it is very firm and it orients and guides all societies when it comes to all kinds of violence against women. Domestic violence, psychological, sexual, wealth violence, political violence against women, all kinds of violence. So it's not possible that we have a more just world, that we don't have that, and we still have to confront so much violence against women. So it's really very important for the OAS as a body of the OAS to take a position, to mobilize the world, to mobilize countries and its partners, so that we can increasingly have strategic actions which are geared toward preventing all kinds of violence against women. We in Brazil have the House of Brazilian Women, and we are expanding our centers of reference to bring in women. We have a 180 League where women can be absolutely sure that they will be safe and that they can denounce and be guided forward with a lot of care and a lot of ethics. We have many different programs that are geared toward paying attention to women in the politics of care and women that are covered with public policies in health, in culture, and education, agriculture, women from the fields to the cities, and we cannot allow this violence to continue. And that is why Brazil also comes on with the OAS at this time that celebrates this International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Warm hug to all. Thank you very much. We truly thank Brazil for facilitating the intervention from Minister Lopez with background music that made us believe that we were in Brazil, and we would like to ask you to convey our gratitude for your participation in this commemoration. Next, I have the pleasure of greeting and offering the floor to Ms. Adriana Benjumea, head of, or expert of Colombia before the Committee of Experts on the Monitoring Mechanism of Belém do Pará Convention. Ms. Benjumea, welcome. You have the floor. Good morning, Excellencies. Good morning to everybody who's in this meeting, and I'm an honor as an expert of the mechanism for Colombia, and I will participate in this commemoration on the 25th of November, the International Day for the Eradication and the Commitment of All States when it comes to working against violence of women. Today, my commitment is to transmit to you the commitment that the region had, and that we are looking at digital violence and autonomous violence when it comes to the defense of rights. It's against journalists, women who are working in human rights, but also that use mechanisms which are new in terms of violence against women. Whilst digital violence has been around before, other violence, physical violence, violence against their wealth, and psychological violence, today we're talking about new forms of violence which also lead to new digital contexts and bring to fore new risks for girl children and women, and that bring to fore the commitment established in the Belém do Pará Convention and the right that women have to have a life free of violence. But I would just like to tell you the meaning, what digital violence means and what is happening in the region, but also there's the possibility that states can be committed and take action that for some governments might be difficult, but be that as it may, it is possible. As an expert of MSECFI for Colombia and part of the team in the light law against digital violence promoted by Brazil, I take the opportunity to study this and what the different forms of digital violence mean in the region. One is the use of algorithms that generate discriminatory results and that facilitate artificial and deep fake, which is unfair, which tries to rope in women. But also, we are victims of gender disinformation. When this is coordinated and we have false content, which are based on gender bias and stereotypes and sexism and misogyny and social standards that seek to intimidate and threaten women and that affect, of course, their freedom of expression, their public participation, their political participation as well. But also, we are finding with the diffusion of this fake information that affects the life and the emotional health of women. And in addition to that, this is being used, and we're victims of digital violence through the dissemination of intimate and sexual content, informing things against the will and autonomy of the victims and affecting and impacting their life and their social environments. And then finally, one of the forms that digital violence takes is the dissemination of misogynist information. And this is prohibited, and which leads to hate, rejection, and violence against women and children. Given this context that the victims live in throughout the entire region, which it was our intention that you understand this context, also because of the persecution, it's not easy to talk about this, but I would like to say that there's an invitation to all governments in the region, in your region, to one, to make a clarion call to companies that work with the internet. It's possible to prevent harm to victims if there is some kind of regulation in intermediaries in the internet so that we can have a moderation of the content which can prohibit without hurting freedom of expression, but can prevent this kind of information which puts out the information that has to be reined in before it does harm. We feel that more has to be done, and it's up to you as governments. Many already have the resources, and we could have greater wherewithal to look at this. It's up to states, and it's in your hands to prevent digital violence, which is a different kind of violence in the region, and it's causing us to have victims and imperils the life of women and children, and it's allowing for a trampling of human rights, and human rights is our bedrock. Now, on the 25th, we'll be offering a clarion call to the victims, to women, to have a voice and to tell you that in your hands is to regulate these intermediaries, and you need to talk about this because we're talking about human rights, the human rights of women and children to be free of violence. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your virtual presentation, Madam Benjumea. To conclude, I'm delighted to salute and give the floor to Ms. Alejandra Mora Mora, the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission on Women. Secretary Mora Mora, welcome, and I give you the floor. Good morning. Greetings to everyone there, Ambassador Tomas Pascual, Chair of the Permanent Council, Ms. Marcia Lopes, Minister of Women for Brazil, Laura Benhamea, expert from Colombia, but for the Committee of Experts for MISEC, the ambassadors. Warm greetings to all of the ambassadors and high-level authorities of the OAS. In 2024, with the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the convention from Belém do Pará, we began focusing on the adaptability that this great tool has always had in addressing various forms of violence against women, including violence in the digital realm. And so I would like to deeply thank all of the missions that made it possible for us to focus on this topic, which is extremely relevant because we see that there are dizzying technological advancements in our world today. And in 2023, just to give you a few examples, in 2023, over 500,000 manipulated deep fakes were distributed online, and this is without counting what was shared on Telegram, WhatsApp, and other closed social networks. And about 143,000 videos were manipulated and shared on 40 of the most popular websites. And they received 4.2 billion views worldwide. And we also see that there was a 2,000% spike in sharing links to these websites include manipulated pornography and non-consensual pornography, which leads to violence against women, against the freedom of expression, against the freedom of movement, and mainly, once again, this is done against women. So what I'd like to share with all of you with these examples is that this is an extremely serious topic. It requires deep consideration. 60% of women and girls worldwide have reported having been victims of cyber stalking online. It's 27 times more likely that women experience abuse and stalking online than men, and so we need to keep in mind that those who are affected by this type of violence online are certainly affected by it. To think otherwise is a huge mistake. There is no margin between cyberspace and day-to-day life. Today, it's increasingly clear, and violence can be instigated online and then move to the real world where women find their well-being, work, and their entire lives impacted. There are hundreds of thousands of women who work in public-facing positions, female human rights defenders and journalists. They have been recurring targets of the type of violence, and today we are raising the voice to denounce these facts. But also we need to look at how women who are not in the public eye are affected. Spouses, mothers, daughters, anyone from any socioeconomic status may be a victim, even a victim at the hands of criminal gangs who extort women or recruit them for TIP, teens and girls who are also victims of violence, who are stripped of their humanity. And today, once again, we are raising our voice to denounce that. And this violence isn't just a single issue. It's extremely complex to eliminate this damaging content on digital media. Once something goes online, it's almost impossible to remove it. And often we have faced a lack of understanding or complete impotence. And so from the Siemens MISEC, I'd like to share 5 important activities that we have done. First of all, we have published a white paper in collaboration with SICTE, that is Cybersecurity for Women, Experiences, Risks, and Strategy for Self-Care in Our New Digital Reality. and how to continue working safely online, how to identify digital risks that are specific, for example, when we do banking or shopping online. In 2022, MESECV presented a regional report on cyber violence and cyber harassment, and we have a comparative analysis of laws, public policies, and best practices adopted in our region, and this goes for all spaces. Also, given the finding that women have less access to the digital world and there are digital gaps, that was something that led to coming up with a model law in hand with CETEL. In particular, we worked with Guatemala to promote equality and ensure that digital governance AI also take into account women. We will be presenting this Inter-American model law to prevent and sanction digital violence, with a lot of content focused on this very soon. We will continue to work based on our mandates to ensure that states are able to access high-quality instruments and information with internal coordination. And we're not going to sit by in the face of all these changes and a violence that knows no borders, which may have repercussions in states other than where it actually takes place. We need to harmonize our legislation and exchange best practices, coordinate between stakeholders, come up with resolutions and declarations from OAS bodies, which we will be debating today, that allow us in this great organization to continue being a driver for international change and come up with effective coordinated responses to the scourge, which has a disproportionate impact on women. Thank you very much, Chair. Warm greetings once again to the new ambassadors who are joining us from the United States and Belize. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, Secretary Mora, for your presentation, and also thank you very much to El Salvador for sharing this with us, which is very relevant and symbolic, these pins, that is. Thank you to El Salvador to commemorate the International Day for Eliminating All Forms of Violence Against Women. Now, I would like to give the floor to the delegations that would like to take part in this commemoration. First of all, I'll give the floor to Brazil. Thank you very much, Chair. My delegation is honored to read the declaration, Safe Digital Environments for All Women, Teens, and Girls, to commemorate the International Day to eliminate all forms of violence against women. Brazil, Canada, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, DR, Mexico, Panama, and Uruguay have underscored the urgency that all forms of violence against women, teens, and girls are an affront against human dignity and historically unequal power relations, and therefore it's still indispensable for us to address this when looking at human rights. And in the framework of this, we reiterate our commitment to prevent, sanction, and eliminate all forms of violence in all areas, including that which is carried out online. In line with the many different international and regional agreements shouldered, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women from 1979 and its protocols, the Inter-American Convention to Prevent, Sanction, and Eradicate Violence Against Women, the Brando-Pará Convention, and the Tlatelolco Agreement, which establishes an international framework to protect, respect, and ensure human rights for all women, teens, and girls based on the principles of equality and non-discrimination. Given that the 10th Conference of States Parties to the Support Mechanisms for the Brando-Pará Convention, MESECV, will be held in Fortaleza, Brazil from the 10th to 12th of December 2025 and include, among other topics, digital violence against women, we today reiterate our commitment to the hemisphere and equality, respect, and safety. This is not just an aspiration, it is the reality that must be achieved for women in all of their diversity. We recognize that the digital world has high levels of empowerment participation, but it also facilitates behavior based on gender standards that lead to physical, sexual, psychological damage, and even the death of women, teens, and girls. Violence in the digital realm include symbolic violence through messages, symbols, values, and other types of impositions that reduce and institutionalize inequality and promote structural discrimination against women, as well as the importance of addressing abuse, inappropriate use of intimate images, AI, and other attacks on women in the public eye, identity theft and manipulation of images with AI, as well as non-consensual contact, restricting public participation of women, silences their voices, and attacks their dignity. We recognize that the many types of digital violence have affected 58% of women worldwide, according to UN Women, and they disproportionately impact girls, teens, and young women, activists, journalists, and political leaders, civil servants, academics, and human rights defenders. The serious impact on this intersectional discrimination and violence affects particularly Indigenous women, Afro-descendants, and other vulnerable groups. Therefore, we would like to call on member states and permanent observers to decentralized bodies and other parts of the OAS to look at digital environments, tech companies, and their role in preventing, investigating, and sanctioning digital violence, which is a source of hostility, violence, and discrimination, a direct violation of international law according to the Peking Declaration, and therefore we must prioritize our efforts. We must implement effective prevention and response mechanisms with algorithm transparency, independent audits, include traceability, and strong education in human rights components with an intersectionality and gender approach, as well as an interculturality approach. And we must also quickly look to address any crimes and provide necessary evidence for investigation and bringing those responsible to justice. We must also improve rapid response and reporting, ensuring that it is safe and confidential for victims, ensure effective protection, full reparations, and data collection that will allow us to measure impacts and guide our public policies that are along these lines. Promote digital literacy with a gender perspective and provide digital spaces that are safe and inclusive to promote full participation on equal footing that is effective and meaningful for all women, teens, and girls. Work to ensure that the operation design and business model of tech companies respects the integrity, safety, and human rights of women, teens, and girls, avoiding practices that reproduce or expand inequality and violence based on gender. Strengthen the commitment of member states at the OAS and regional organizations and international organizations in the tech sector and academia to strengthen cooperation between institutions and research on digital violence, driving regulatory frameworks that are modern and effective mechanisms for accountability. In that sense, we salute the joint OAS declaration, A Safe Space for All Women, adopted on November 20, 2024, as an effort to ensure that substantial equality, respect, and dignity become a reality for all women in this organization. Promote cooperation between states and civil society on tech platforms, ensuring a safe, inclusive, and respectful digital environment for all women, girls, and teens. We commit to continue working to ensure that the digital transformation doesn't reflect the inequality of the past, but rather it becomes a space to build a future with justice, equality, and respect, where any type of gender-based violence will be eliminated in public spaces or online. This is incompatible with democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. And we therefore renew our determination to build a safe region free of violence for all. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to speak in Portuguese.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Brasil.
Thank you to Brazil for your intervention and reading that declaration. Mexico is now recognized.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chair. Mexico would like to thank the panelists for participating, particularly Minister Marcela Lopez as the chair of the Conference of States Parties to the follow-up mechanism for the Belendo Pará Convention, and we welcome you to this OAS, and we also welcome this topic, now including Canada as a signatory of this very important instrument. We face many types of violence online, and in that spirit, we join the joint statement just given by Brazil. In the last several weeks, we have borne witness to the unfortunate reach of violence faced by women in all of their diversity, including the re-victimization in the media of survivors of violence. In Mexico, we have legal reforms which are part of the Olympia law as well as the Ingrid law to sanction the reproduction and dissemination of images, video, and audio that are an attack on the privacy, intimacy, and integrity, as well as the dignity of women, teens, and girls who have been victims or survivors of gender-based violence. President Claudia Sheinbaum has been driving harmonization of the legal regulations from all states of the Mexican Republic in order to ensure that impunity does not reign in Mexico. It's indispensable for us to remember that the Committee of Experts from MSECV, as well as the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, have recognized that the creation and use of stereotypes and gender prejudice are fertile ground for the causes and consequences of violence against women, teens, and girls. In the digital world, often violence begins in the use of new tech in order to disseminate information, stereotypes, and promote the subordination of women, hate speech, and misogyny. The Mexican delegation reminds us all of the importance of the Regional Declaration on the Eradication of Stereotypes Based on Gender in Public Spaces, which translate into symbolic violence as well as political violence against women due to gender. And we saw this adopted at the third special conference of states parties to the Belendo Pará Convention. We reiterate Mexico's commitment to eradicating violence based on gender and promoting and protecting as well as defending women's human rights, as well as the human rights of girls and teens and all of their diversity. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to Mexico. And now I recognize St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Chair. Chair, before beginning my intervention, I would like to express sincere gratitude to Ambassador Wendy of El Salvador for sharing with us this morning these pins to symbolize our adherence to the eradication of violence, for the elimination of violence against women. The delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines expresses gratitude to the permanent missions for requesting the inclusion of this item on today's agenda to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and places on record its appreciation to the panelists for bringing their learned perspectives to support this initiative. Chair, valuable contributions on this topic, such as the Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, issued by the UN General Assembly in 1993, and the Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, the Convention of Belém do Pará in 1994, must inform necessary action at the national, regional, and, crucially, international levels if we are to effectively confront and eradicate this pervasive challenge. The United Nations underscores that violence against women and girls continues to rank among the most widespread and persistent human rights violations globally. The digital revolution has not only brought us opportunities for economic growth, access to information, and enhanced collaboration, but has also exacerbated existing forms of gender-based violence and opened the door to new types of crimes, particularly technology-facilitated violence. The 2024 report of the UN Secretary-General on Violence Against Women and Girls identified 3 emerging challenges: growing backlash against women's rights, the rapid rise of artificial intelligence, and the expansion of the manosphere, an ecosystem of misogynistic content shaping attitudes towards women and fueling violence. UN Women states that while all women and girls may experience technology-facilitated gender-based violence, young women and girls, vulnerable and minority women and girls, and women in political and public life are some of the groups at greater risk. The most common forms reported are sexual harassment and stalking. The misconception that technology-facilitated or digital violence is not real and that victims should simply log off, or that it is less serious than in-person abuse, must be addressed, as technology is so pervasive that these cyber attacks can feel inescapable. The sharing of intimate photos without consent, unwanted messages, explicit messages on social media, and tracking through location-based apps can spark a digital nightmare that spills into the victims' offline lives. Chair, how can we as individuals, countries, this organization, the hemisphere, help to stop digital abuse and technology-facilitated violence against women? Enhanced cooperation among states and within organizations like the OAS to build capacity and provide adequate technical assistance is paramount. Addressing data gaps to accurately track and identify the occurrences of these crimes is critical and will help to effectively inform policy and develop and implement laws and regulations to curb these crimes. In 2016, St. Vincent and the Grenadines passed the Cybercrime Act. The law criminalizes offenses like cyber harassment, with penalties for certain cybercrimes resulting in fines and/or imprisonment. Chair, during the upcoming 16 days of activism, the Ministry of National Mobilization, Social Development, Family, Gender Affairs, and Persons with Disabilities will run a digital campaign to highlight the dangers of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. They will also conduct gender-based violence referral pathways training and sexual harassment training for stakeholders, along with engagements with several schools. The government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines facilitates victim support programs to empower the survivors to reduce and eliminate future abuse. In closing, Chair, St. Vincent and the Grenadines believes that through the sensitization, education, and training of communities, as well as the drafting, implementation, and enforcement of appropriate legislation, the hemisphere can be leaders in the fight to eliminate violence against women, both offline and online. We stand ready to work with all member states to create a safer, more inclusive digital and physical environment for all women and girls. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now I recognize the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Chair. I would also like to echo the thanks expressed to our friend and colleague Wendy from El Salvador for the very meaningful gift, the pin, which is much more than just a pin. It's a symbol of our commitment to continuing to work to eradicate this scourge that is violence against women. And now, Chair, I will read my intervention. The Dominican delegation would like to salute the interventions from the distinguished panelists and underscore the work of the Coordination Group for Rights of Women and Girls and Gender Equality to present the declaration read out today by the alternate representative of Brazil. For my country, November 25th is tied to our history, our democracy, and that is why this commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women has taken on a particularly meaningful dimension. It is the living memory of the butterflies, the Mirabal sisters, and that calls on us to keep in mind that violence against women is unacceptable in any form. From this forum today, we are particularly focusing on digital violence based on gender, and this is a mode that is expanding dizzyingly. It silences voices, limits rights, and it is a hurdle to women and girls' rights and leadership. This is a violence that is seen through online harassment, hate speech, threats, extortion, identity theft, data manipulation, and the non-consensual dissemination of intimate images. This not only violates women's security, safety, and dignity, it seeks to expel women from spaces of public participation, impact the health of our democracies. Democracies which 75 years after the murder of the Mirabal sisters, to silence their voices, has reiterated its support for women's rights. And we reiterate our commitment to the Belendo Pará Convention. We greatly value the leadership of the Inter-American Commission on Women for placing digital violence at the very heart of our hemispheric debate. Similarly, we recognize the work of the Inter-American Commission on Telecoms, the Inter-American Institute on Children and Adolescents, and other inter-American bodies which provide standards, evidence, and tools to address this problem. Women want to live in a world free of violence of all types, and that is why our work in this organization to achieve this noble objectives becomes increasingly relevant every day. It requires all of our dedication and collaboration. As a result, thank you very much. Thank you to the DR for your intervention, and now I'll give the floor to St. Kitts and Nevis.
Greetings, Chair, colleagues, distinguished presenters, and SIM Executive Secretary Mora Mora. Thanks to Ambassador Acevedo for the symbol of awareness and solidarity which the gifted pin represents. St. Kitts and Nevis joins the global community in marking the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and reaffirms its unwavering commitment to safeguarding the rights, dignity, and safety of every woman and girl in our society. This day impels us to focus beyond the broad prism of violence, to hone in on a crushing form of brutality that targets with devastating precision our women and girls, those who nurture our societies, those whose work is often unpaid, their labor unseen, they sustain families and communities. Too often, this violence is hidden in the shadows of homes, masked by routine days of steady productivity in quiet suffering and the double burden of pain and shame within the home and among friends, institutions of work and study, and among family members. This form of violence is not only a personal tragedy, it is a societal failure that affects the very foundation of our communities. Gender-based violence in all its public and equally toxic private and online manifestations remains one of the most persistent human rights violations in our hemisphere. So addressing it is not only a moral imperative, but essential to sustainable development, social stability, and democratic resilience. St. Kitts and Nevis remains resolute in placing this issue at the center of its national and hemispheric agenda. St. Kitts and Nevis has continued to strengthen its policy and legislative architecture to address violence in all its forms, implementing and reviewing several key statutes, including the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill 2022, which expands protection orders, enhances police authority to intervene, and grants jurisdiction to both the magistrates and high courts, thereby improving access to justice for survivors. These amendments underscore the importance of education and public awareness to promote healthy relationships and healthy masculinity. The federal government remains steadfast in expanding survivor services, safe reporting mechanisms, and interagency coordination among police, social services, health practitioners, and the justice sector. We continue to align our national legislation with international human rights instruments including CEDAW and the Belém do Pará Convention. Led by the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs, nationwide support and prevention efforts continue apace, from a 24-hour crisis hotline, emergency shelters, psychosocial counseling, survivor-centered case management, and public education campaigns that meaningfully engage men and boys as partners in change, to investment in community-level programs addressing empowerment, financial literacy, and support for at-risk women, recognizing that economic insecurity can intensify vulnerability to violence. Specialized officers are trained to manage domestic and sexual violence cases with professionalism and confidentiality. Our Magistrates Court employs accelerated procedures for urgent protection orders, while multi-sector coordination ensures survivors receive comprehensive support. We also value our partnerships across the hemisphere, particularly with the Inter-American Commission of Women and other regional entities, and reaffirm our commitment to sharing best practices, strengthening institutional capacity, and enhancing data collection to support evidence-based policy responses. Our hemisphere cannot hope to achieve peace, justice, and resilience, or prosperity until all women and girls are able to live free from fear and free from harm. We are acutely aware that when women suffer in silence, entire families and communities suffer with them. But when women are protected, empowered, and valued, entire nations rise. St. Kitts and Nevis remains fully committed to building that future at home and in collaboration with member states of the OAS through the incorporation of best practices. Together, we will work towards a future in which no act of violence against women is hidden, no survivor is unheard, and no woman or girl is left behind. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias por su intervención.
Thank you very much for your comments. Uruguay is recognized. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Uruguay would like to celebrate the International Day for the elimination of violence against all women, and reiterates its support to the convention, and goes along with the women with all the people in the work group. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Alicia Deus, Principal Representative of Uruguay in the Committee of Experts of MESECVI. Dr. Deus is a jurist specializing in children right and works at the university and has a background in gender and the rights for all children. She participated as a co-rapporteur of 19,580 law, gender violence, to guarantee that Uruguayan women live a life free of violence. This was December 2017. So with your permission, then I should like to have us put the video up on this screen. Thank you very much. I'm an expert for Uruguay in the MESECVI, this Inter-American Convention, approved in '94 to prevent and sanction all violence against women, was ratified by most people in Latin American countries and the Caribbean. The MESECVI follow-up mechanisms to oversee that member states comply with the terms and monitoring the progress made in guaranteeing rights of women and the elimination of gender violence. This is through rounds of evaluation and multilateral oversight. The objective is to guarantee women with a life free of violence. This technical cooperation of MESECVI has proven to be a model so as to contribute to the initiative taken by states with guiding principles to orient this scenario and work in line with international standards of human rights. In 2018, Mississippi approved a model law against feminicide and then approved other measures against violence. Mississippi is devoted to drafting a model law on digital violence against women. And the Organization of American States, in applying or using due diligence, is extended to all forms and areas in which this violence is produced and reproduced, including today the ecosystems, the platforms, the digital platforms, social media that promote this tragedy. The increased use of technology to control and expose and silence or punish women exemplifies and often perpetuates structural standards of gender-based violence. And this has no geographic borders, and the ability to harm is immediate and it's worldwide. The same gender-based violence that women have suffered, including physical violence, political, psychological, sexual, symbolic, and so on and so forth violence, has found new forms of expressions when it comes to the digital world. And therefore, the digital world can be considered, or I should say it cannot be considered an isolated phenomenon, but it is part of this continuum of patriarchal violence, which impacts all spheres of women's life and which is now in digital form. Digital violence has caused harm to women and girls. It has led to hate violence, threats of death, and online bullying, and this leads to self-censure, fear, dropping out of workplaces and schools, and self-elimination. So the digital forms, based on an increase of traffic for dissemination of this content, even those that are shared, have negatively impacted rights of women and girl children. And the lack of regulations that exist thus far generates impunity and intimidation that perpetrates this violence against women. The model law is clear for platforms, technological platforms, and other kinds of digital platforms. The model law clearly is going to be approved by Mississippi in the next few months, or I should say in December and in the annual meeting. It's a guiding normative tool. It's a pedagogical tool which is geared toward designing public policies and taking on co-responsibility and accountability in the private sector for the prevention and elimination of violence. The justice system and interstate cooperation is there so as to confront digital violence as a hemispheric phenomenon that goes beyond borders and that requires coordinated responses to guarantee the rights of all women and girl children so that they can live free of violence in digital spheres as well. Thank you very much, Uruguay, for your comments. El Salvador has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all those delegations who asked for inclusion of this topic. Every year, El Salvador goes along with the commemoration of the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, which is an opportunity that brings us together according to, and which says, get together so that we can work against digital violence. The quick technological transformation, which broadens opportunities for our societies, also has led to new forms of dissemination, images and bullying or harassment and social violence, which is facilitated by technology. These manifestations not only undermine the dignity and integrity of women and children's safety, but also limit access of women to educational opportunities, economic and political opportunities as well. The United States reports that it's alarming. 85% of women have experienced or seen some kind of digital violence, be it as direct victims or as witnesses of violence against other women. For El Salvador to prevent and eradicate all forms of violence against women, including digital violence, is a national priority. In the last few years, we have taken on reforms and public policies that have strengthened the institutional framework for equality and protection of women's rights. In the land of laws for equality and eradication of discrimination against women and the special law for a life free of violence for women, there are guiding principles for the detection, prevention, and attention, protection, and sanction of violence from an intersectoral viewpoint. These laws are complemented with the special law against cybercrimes, which sanctions the unauthorized dissemination of intimacy, harassment, and other things that are facilitated by technology. Institutions such as the prosecutor's office have boosted their capacities in terms of criminalizing this violence against women, which looks at gender-based investigations and criminal approaches. Cybercrimes have been looked at so that we can deal with the needs of women and girl children. When it comes to public policy, the country implements a policy of 2021-2025, a national policy for access of women to a life free of violence, and a strategy for the principle of equality, which pulls together prevention, raising awareness, and transformation on the sociocultural level for women and girl children and all children in the rural and urban arenas. The Office of Gender-Based Studies in my country is developing a campaign to commemorate this date, and we wanted to participate in it in this permanent council, sharing with everybody an overview and looking at the emblems. We would like to invite you to come along with us and look at the 25th of November as our shared commitment to eradicate violence against women and girl children. We hope that this symbolic gesture, which is symbolic, but will allow us to continue to build for our immediate environment safe spaces in our societies where all women and girl children can live free of fear, discrimination, or aggression, including digital environments. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, El Salvador. Barbados has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, once again, the conscience of the world is forced to reckon with itself, to stop, look itself squarely in the mirror, bless you, and admit to its failures. That violence against women and girls is one such horrible failure, a failure that should shame us all, a failure that is worsening before our very eyes. No nation, no community, no culture is immune. The scourge remains one of the greatest obstacles to equality, to development, to peace, and to the full expression of human rights. In addition, let us be frank, we cannot claim the ambition of the Sustainable Development Goals to leave no one behind if we continue to leave women and girls to face violence in the shadows. Mr. Chairman, almost 1 in 3 women globally has faced physical or sexual violence in her lifetime, often at the hands of someone she trusted, loved, or knows. This violence does not discriminate. It crosses race, age, class, orientation, and faith. It is a global epidemic hiding in plain sight. Moreover, for at least 51,000 women last year, the violence ended with the most brutal act of all, their murder, most often by partners or family members. 1 woman every 10 minutes. This is not a statistic. This is a stain on humanity. Barbados has never waited for favorable winds to address the scourge. We have acted driven by moral duty and legal obligation. We have ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, as early as October 1980, and in 1995 we affirmed our commitment again through the Belém do Pará Convention. These are not symbolic gestures. These were deliberate choices to stand on the right side of justice and history. We continue to strengthen our legislative armor through our Domestic Violence Act, the Sexual Offences Act, the Offences Against a Person Act, and our common law traditions, because the law must stand as both shield and signal. Mr. Chairman, we know the challenge has evolved. Violence now follows women into the workplace, onto their personal devices, into digital spaces where threats multiply at the speed of a click. Conflict, too, worsens it. Climate disasters add to it. Economic stress and inequality amplifies it. And all too often, silence protects the abuser and imprisons the abused. Today, we call on the OAS to strengthen and deepen its work through McCivvy and through the SIM, so that our collective commitment is matched by collective action. For when we shine a light, when we speak up, we break that dreaded silence. We challenge the norms that say this is private business. We give victims the courage not only to survive, but also to seek justice. And let us be clear, some women face even greater risk. Women in humanitarian crises, the disabled, migrant women, indigenous women, LGBTI individuals, the elderly, and those living with disabilities. If our solutions cannot reach them, then our solutions will fail them. Barbados believes that the path forward demands robust national systems, regional cooperation, survivor-centered support, and real accountability, not words, concrete and strategic action. Not superfluous statements, resources, because we must do more. We have to do more. Our women and our girls deserve nothing less. And it should not be lost on us that this discussion has taken place today, of all days, the International Day of Men and Boys. Mr. Chairman, I thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Barbados, for your comments. Guyana has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my delegation would like to thank the permanent missions which requested the inclusion of this topic on today's agenda and the presenters for their insightful contributions. We recognize that this yearly observance is not merely a symbolic one. It, in fact, represents a call to action and a reminder of our shared responsibility to ensure that no woman or girl lives in fear of any form of violence throughout their lifetime. This commemoration presents an opportunity to shed light on the multiple and at times overlapping forms of violence women face, whether in their homes, workplaces, communities, or in public life. It also allows us to reflect on and take stock of the progress we have made. Equally important, this day provides us the opportunity to examine the gaps that still persist in our national and regional strategies to combat all forms of violence against women, with the aim of exploring more effective, collaborative, and long-lasting responses so the women of the Americas can reach their highest potential without fear of discrimination or any form of violence. Chair, we acknowledge that in recent years, the digital sphere has become both a space for empowerment and a place of vulnerability for women and girls. The internet and social media offer unprecedented opportunities for advancement through education, employment, political participation, and self-expression. These same spaces, however, have given rise to a new dimension of violence, one that transcends borders, invades private lives, and inflicts real harm with lasting consequences. The 2025 United Nations campaign, Unite to End Digital Violence Against Women and Girls, is a call to governments to enact more robust laws to end impunity, a call to companies to ensure safer digital platforms and remove harmful content, and a call to all members of society to raise their voices in support of victims. In Guyana, our government continues its tireless work in promoting an inclusive society in which everyone, notably here, all women and girls, are respected, equipped, empowered, and supported to live violence-free lives. The Cybercrime Act of 2018, for example, has provisions that seek to address cyber violence against women, including laws against the use of a computer to humiliate or for sexual harassment. Guyana is seeking to undertake a multidisciplinary and multifaceted approach to gender-based violence. To this end, we have developed a comprehensive model to tackle violence against women and girls. This model includes training and sensitization campaigns and an expansion of national gender-based violence case management services. The government is committed to dismantling the harmful practices of the past against women and girls and working with our citizens, including men and boys, through empowerment forums and targeted campaigns focused on men and rehabilitation of perpetrators. Guyana will continue to implement gender-sensitive policies and programs which advance gender equality and empower women and girls. At the hemispherical level, it is necessary to acknowledge the important and much-needed work being undertaken by the Inter-American Commission for Women. We truly appreciate the effort towards gender equality and the protection of the rights of women and girls in the Americas. In closing, Chair, my delegation takes this opportunity to reiterate the unwavering commitment of the Government of Guyana to use all resources and measures at its disposal to ensure the elimination of violence against women and girls. We call on our fellow member states and regional partners to continue working together to ensure the safety, security, and the prosperity of all the women and girls, including those in extremely vulnerable situations in our region. We must remain committed, guided by a sense of common purpose. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Will.
Thank you very much, Guyana. Bahamas has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Bahamas joins member states in commemorating the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which focuses on online violence. This day is a solemn reminder of the obligations we share to eradicate one of the most devastating violations of human rights, both in our hemisphere and globally. We further note our delegation's support for the draft declaration read by the Permanent Mission of Brazil, which focuses on safe digital spaces for all women, adolescents, and girls. Chair, violence against women and girls is not only an assault on the human rights of women, but it further presents a barrier to development and hinders human potential and economic growth. Violence against women and girls limits their access to education, employment, and participation in public life. In recent years, the Bahamas has undertaken significant steps to strengthen protection systems for women and girls, including through the expansion of survivor-centered services and enhancement of legislative and policy frameworks. We continue to invest in public education, training for law enforcement, and initiatives that empower women economically and socially. In 2023, the Bahamas passed a landmark Protection Against Violence Act, which established a Protection Against Violence Commission and Secretariat to coordinate with agencies, provide technical support, and allocate funding towards a unified national response to violence. The legislation sets a clear example of our commitment to the protection of persons against violence in line with international frameworks, including the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women and the Convention of Bellum do Pará. The Bahamas recognizes the valuable work of the Inter-American Commission of Women and supports the efforts of the OAS in alignment with the international and inter-American commitments on women's human rights and gender equality. early next year, the Bahamas will host an event with support of the SIM Secretariat in Nassau, commemorating 20 years of the follow-up mechanism to the Bellum do Pará Convention and reinforcing strategic alliances in the Caribbean to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women. During the event, a moderated panel will discuss the legislative, policy, and enforcement landscape for violence against women, offline and online. The Bahamas is committed to addressing the heightened risks that women and girls face online to disproportionate exposure to harassment, sexual exploitation, stalking, and other forms of digital-based violence. Further, the MSECFI Committee of Experts has developed an inter-American model law to prevent, punish, and eradicate gender-based digital violence against women with the support of UN Women LAC Regional Office ACT initiative, which Executive Secretary Mora Mora outlined in her presentation this morning. The Bahamas commends the tremendous efforts of the Committee of Experts and its partners towards the drafting of the model law. We look forward to its premiere presentation at the MSECFI meeting in Nassau next year. Chair, the Bahamas has demonstrated a strong commitment towards the eradication of violence against women. We will continue to work with SIM and other regional partners towards making this hemisphere a safer place for all women and girls. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Bahamas, por su...
Thank you very much, Bahamas, for your comments. Chile has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation echoes and thanks El Salvador for this day and this commemoration and goes along with the words from the representative nationally. I would like to show you a video of the Minister of Gender Equity and Women in Chile referring to some of the measures that our country has adopted to prevent and eliminate violence against women. Dear ambassadors and delegates to the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, warm greetings from our government. On the 25th of November, we reaffirm our strong commitment to prevention, sanction, and eradication of all forms of violence against women and girls, children, and all of their diversity. This year, along with the call by the United States, we'd like to underscore digital violence, a phenomenon that threatens fundamental rights and reproduces inequalities in our societies, and for which in Chile we are moving ahead to deal with this. Our integral law of violence against women recognizes digital violence, including the dissemination of intimate images without consent, a conduct which gravely hurts dignity and security of women and girl children. And furthermore, as a state, we have promoted campaigns and awareness-raising campaigns for putting people onto the risk and manifestations of violence against women in technology, promoting more safe digital spaces. Today, we are moving ahead with new legislation that will modernize and broaden protection against these forms of violence. The bill for digital violence, too, introduces through sanctions the criminalization of exhibition or sending of this content without consent, but also shared but without authorization. The creation of the crime of bullying is included, including the sexual connotations, criminalization of doxing, publication of personal data to facilitate third parties come in and harm victims, and the sanction for the use of deep fakes that defame people, especially when it has sexual content. Recognition of digital political violence affects the participation of women in democratic life or sextortion and other kinds of intimate material. This is a catalog of issues that will lead to the elimination of content from the social media when we're talking about sex, and which leads to the modernization of the notion of the crime and the non-authorized use of these things. We believe that this violence requires a coordinated hemispheric response, and that's why we have to have this as gender-based. From Chile, we reaffirm our will to cooperate and promote standards for dignity and full-fledged participation of all women and girl children in all spaces. Thank you very much. Ministry of Women and Equity from the government of Chile. Chile moves ahead with you. Thank you very much to the delegation of Chile. I'd like to give the floor to Costa Rica. I would like to begin my comment thanking the Permanent Mission of El Salvador led by Ambassador Buendia for the jest shared for commemorating today, which reminds us of the importance of being strong and steadfast when it comes to violence against women. Thank you also very much for the different comments for the various panelists. The commemoration of International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women is a shared and essential cause. It requires all member states to take decisive and sustained action. This should be united in an indispensable principle, and that is to guarantee the right of all people to live free from violence. Violence against women is an unacceptable violation of human dignity and an expression of historical inequalities that still persist in our societies. And therefore, its elimination is not only a legal commitment, it is an ethical and political task that defines the quality of our democracies. This message is part of fundamental instruments such as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, known as the Belém do Pará Convention, and the Tlatelolco Compromise or Commitment. These agreements do not divide us. On the contrary, they give us a common language to affirm that equality and non-discrimination are principles shared by all the states of this hemisphere. Within the framework of the theme selected for this year's commemoration on violence in digital environments, my delegation understands that technology offers opportunities, but also opens doors to new forms of violence that can silence voices, distort realities, and attack the integrity of women and girls. This is not an ideological issue. It is a reality that affects more than half of women in the world and requires faster, more coordinated, and more responsible responses. I would like to emphasize an idea that is essential for Costa Rica. Creating safe spaces for all women should not be a controversial issue. What we are looking for is that women and girls can fully participate in public life, in education, in work, in politics, and also in all digital spaces in a safe way. And as a fundamental principle, we hope that this is true for all people, because safer societies for women, adolescents, and girls are societies for all of us. Unfortunately, this time we cannot join the statement just read by the Brazilian delegation. However, I take this opportunity to emphasize emphatically that Costa Rica believes that any form of violence against women and girls is incompatible with democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. All forms of violence against women and girls are incompatible with democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. Our country promotes the digital transformation focused on security, inclusion, and respect for fundamental rights. We will continue working to ensure a safe and violence-free digital environment for all people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Costa Rica. Ecuador has the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
As other delegations already said, we'd like to thank the ambassador and his delegation for sharing with us this symbolic pin, and we are certain that this represents a voice that contributes to raising awareness. And every year, today, we come together to discuss this topic, and unfortunately today we are not here with lower figures in front of us. Quite the contrary, we know that gender-based violence is a structural problem for our entire hemisphere. And as stated by the panelists, we recognize many forms of violence, and we add yet one more, that is digital violence. And this reality forces all of us to provide comprehensive, sustainable responses with a human rights approach and the highest level of political commitment. But it also requires an urgent commitment from digital platforms, companies, in order to ensure that these efforts put an end to any attempt to use technology to perpetrate acts of discrimination and violence, such as cyber harassment, cyber recruitment of minors, and identity theft, and non-consensual dissemination of intimate images. Ecuador works with international organizations and civil society organizations in order to take action, but particularly in providing data. This allows governments to have a comprehensive set of information in order to make informed decisions on evidence-based public policy. And internationally, Ecuador has contributed actively to strengthening the legal framework in the area of equality and women's rights. That is why we are continually presenting our work and ratified Convention 190 to eradicate violence and harassment in the workplace, and we have been active in international fora and inter-American fora to promote women's rights. These steps reiterate my country's commitment to the Berlando-Para Convention, which is a fundamental tool recognizing the right of all women to live a life free of violence, including digital violence, and it guides the drafting of public policies that are more effective in the region. Ecuador is aware of this reality, and that is why one of the central activities here has been the implementation of the so-called Purple Centers, which provide comprehensive psychological, social, and legal assistance to women who are victims of violence, and they are a relevant step forward in the area of providing access to specialized care for women who suffer from violence. Though we have made strides, the scope of the problem still requires a broad, intensive response with better implementation and practices, financing, and coordination between institutions, particularly when it comes to international cooperation and hemispheric cooperation. And that is why we, first of all, need to strengthen the regional institutionality and provide local care for victims, ensuring that it reaches more women and coordinate with initiatives, including other countries of the region. Second, work at the hemispheric level on the inclusion of measurable indicators and ensure sustainable implementation of public policies. Three, strengthen education with a gender approach, emphasizing digital literacy throughout the entire educational system, particularly including initiatives from the Inter-American Commission on Education, and in a cross-cutting fashion, the other initiatives led by this organization, so that preventing violence against women becomes an inter-American culture. Our strong belief is that through coordinated effort from the government, civil society, and the private sector, as well as international cooperation, we are able to move forward to better days and build in the near future a world free of violence for all women and girls. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ecuador, for your intervention. And we now give the floor to Paraguay. Thank you, Chair. Paraguay echoes the commemoration of today as the International Day of Eradicating Violence Against Women, and thank you for including this on our agenda with a focus on protecting digital spaces. Today, we are reminded of the seriousness of a problem that calls on our democracies and societies, and the task of preventing and eradicating violence against women continues to be an unavoidable responsibility of the government and society. The scourge of violence which affects women in our region puts their lives and physical integrity at risk, as well as their emotional and psychological health. That is why we need to address this. Paraguay, since 2016, has had a robust law to protect women against all forms of violence. This establishes strategies for prevention, mechanisms for care and protection measures, sanctions, and comprehensive reparations, both publicly and privately. This regulation also recognizes 15 types of violence, including digital or remote violence. And this sanctions the dissemination or publication of messages, photos, audio, video, or other images that impact the intimacy or dignity of women using IT and communication technology, and that includes the use of these measures to promote the submission and exploitation of women. Chair, ICT represents an opportunity that's unprecedented for development and empowering women and girls. However, this promise is under serious threat. The possibility for women fully exercising their digital citizenship and benefiting from these tools is increasingly compromised due to the cycle of digital violence. And against this backdrop, we would like to call on everyone to redouble their efforts for cooperation and their political will in order to ensure the safety and protection of women in cyberspace and promote comprehensive public policies on technology which protects the dignity and healthy development of women, teens, and girls. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Paraguay.
Thank you, Paraguay. St. Lucia.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me begin by first expressing appreciation to Ambassador Azevedo, permanent representative of El Salvador, for the commemorative pin. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Chair, the delegation of St. Lucia welcomes this commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and thanks the distinguished panelists for their insightful presentations and for their continued work in advancing the rights of women and gender equality in our region. St. Lucia views the elimination of all forms of violence against women and girls as a moral imperative as well as a development priority. As a small island developing state, we recognize that we cannot build resilient economies or cohesive societies if half of our population live under the threat of violence in their homes, their workplaces, communities, and increasingly in the digital space. Ending gender-based violence is therefore integral to our efforts to strengthen the rule of law, promote public health, safeguard mental well-being, and ensure that every woman and girl can participate fully in national life. We note with much dismay the growing threat of online and technology-facilitated violence against women. The rapid expansion of digital communication has created new spaces for harassment, intimidation, and abuse. Increasingly, St. Lucian women and girls face cyberstalking, online harassment, and transmission of threatening or obscene content and other digital violence that jeopardize their mental well-being, safety, and freedom of expression. These acts may occur in the virtual environment, but their consequences are profoundly real. They silence women's voices, compromise their safety, and restrict their participation in public life and deepen psychological harm. Over the past years, the government of St. Lucia has taken steps to strengthen our legislative and policy framework to prevent and respond to gender-based violence and to improve access to justice and services for survivors and to expand public awareness and education. The Domestic Violence Act of 2022 provides explicit statutory protection against this form of violence. The law recognizes cyberstalking as a form of domestic violence, placing it on equal legal footing with physical, sexual, and psychological abuse. This comprehensive legal framework therefore ensures that online violence is not treated as a lesser or intangible harm, but as a serious offense with real consequences. This means that women who experience online violence have full access to the protections available under the Act. Alongside legal protections, St. Lucia continues to strengthen its police response, victim support services, and public education initiatives. We continue to work to enhance coordination among social services, the police, health providers, and civil society. Importantly, we are ensuring that women and girls in rural communities also benefit from these initiatives. We recognize, however, that much more remains to be done, particularly in addressing harmful social norms, economic dependency, and the intersecting vulnerabilities faced by women living in poverty, women with disabilities, and older women. At the regional level, St. Lucia continues to value the leadership of the Inter-American Commission of Women and the Ms. SECFI framework, both of which have been instrumental in sharpening hemispheric attention to gender-based violence. We support continued and predictable financing for the mandates of these entities and encourage that technical assistance be tailored to the specific capacity constraints of small island developing states. We urge the donors of these entities to pay a little more attention to funding Caribbean initiatives. On this International Day, St. Lucia reiterates its solidarity with all women and girls who have experienced violence in all its forms. We reaffirm our commitment to work with member states, the General Secretariat, and civil society to build societies where respect, dignity, equality, and safety are the lived realities of every woman and every girl in the Americas. I thank you, Chair.
Gracias, Santa Luz.
Thank you, St. Lucia. And now we recognize Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, at the start, I wish to express our gratitude to El Salvador for the provision of the commemorative pins. My delegation also welcomes the inclusion of this important agenda item and expresses our appreciation to the delegations responsible for bringing forward the initiative for the commemoration of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which is observed annually on November 25th. This day is a solemn reminder that violence against women and girls remains one of the most pervasive human rights violations in our hemisphere. It is both a cause and a consequence of gender inequality, and it manifests in the home, in workplaces, in communities, and increasingly, as we are reminded today, in digital spaces. We extend our sincere appreciation to our distinguished presenters for their insightful presentations and for their continued efforts to strengthen hemispheric capacity to prevent, punish, and eradicate violence against women as envisioned in the Balem do Pará Convention. Mr. Chair, the decision to focus today on violence in digital spaces is timely, urgent, and necessary. The rapid expansion of digital platforms has created new opportunities for connection, but at the same time, it also created new avenues for harassment, exploitation, surveillance, misinformation, deepfake abuses, and intimidation of women and girls. These forms of violence transcend borders, spread rapidly, and frequently occur with anonymity and impunity. Trinidad and Tobago therefore welcomes the efforts of the SIM and MSECV in providing guidance and developing tools that support member states in addressing these emerging threats. At the national level, Trinidad and Tobago has taken a number of concrete steps to prevent and address gender-based violence. This includes the development and ongoing implementation of a national strategic action plan on gender-based violence and sexual violence, which provides a comprehensive framework for the prevention, protection, access to justice, data collection, and intersectoral coordination. The legal framework has also been strengthened through the Domestic Violence Act and the establishment of specialized units within the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to address these cases. These measures are complemented by the activation of a national domestic violence hotline, deployment of dedicated gender-based violence shelters, and institution of standardized clinical and policy guidelines on intimate partner and sexual violence across the health sector. Most recently, Trinidad and Tobago adopted a National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security 2025 to 2030, which recognizes the links between armed violence, organized crime, and gender-based violence, and integrates survivor protection and gender-based violence prevention into national peace and security strategies. In this way, Trinidad and Tobago remains firmly committed to the full implementation of the Balem do Pará Convention and to strengthening our national and regional systems to ensure that every woman and girl can live free from violence, including in an online environment. We underscore that urgent need for enhanced cooperation and capacity building and survivor-centered approaches across the hemisphere. On this International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, Trinidad and Tobago reaffirms its solidarity with victims and survivors and commits to working with member states, the SIM, MSECV, and the General Secretariat, as well as civil society partners to build a safer, more equitable digital, physical world for all women and girls. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por su...
Thank you very much for your intervention, and now we will hear from Honduras. Thank you, Chair. Today we're looking at digital violence, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that digital violence can spill over into physical violence. Violence against women, for example, in leadership is the case of our president, President Xiomara Castro, who receives all kinds of horrific messages mocking her, insulting her, the most vile communication. And then also Rixi Moncada. In 11 days, we're having elections in Honduras, and as I've stated before, for years now, these are clean, transparent, free elections, and of the 5 candidates, we only have 1 woman, but at least we've already had the first female president of Honduras, which speaks volumes. And yet, what we see and what we hear all kinds of misogynist attacks against female candidates. And so we really need to admire the strength that female leaders need to face these types of onslaughts. And so we consider the sisters of the Mirabal sisters from the Dominican Republic, the house and museum to these sisters. And it's so moving to study their story and everything they lived through. And this again reminds us that they were violently shot to death. And this type of violence, now, with digital violence, can indeed reach that same extreme because it is promoting hate through digital violence. And therefore, we would like to put a stop to this violence and find mechanisms in order to ensure that male candidates, chauvinistic male candidates, do not attack women running against them in this way, because we need to always behave on equal footing. We should not behave in this way, and of course this is not something women have been able to enjoy hitherto. And so let's not be surprised if one of these days you hear a bunch of lies from Salvador Morana, a misogynist candidate, and other members of our parliament who are in his camp with the aim of undermining these elections, because these macho men don't want women to be in government. And not just in Honduras, we see this everywhere. The elections are taking place normally, just like anywhere, like Colombia, Chile, Argentina, Honduras. We are already aware that one party attacks another. There's mudslinging. Even in a member state, the United States, we have seen just how the latest elections reached a crest. And every country manages this situation in line with their own constitution. And so I'm defending these 2 women. My wife is also a feminist. She's here with me and all women. And we need to seek out mechanisms. And I don't know what we can do in order to ensure that we are not coming up with tongue twisters about violence against women in the digital realm and achieving nothing. So that said, don't be surprised. I just received a note saying that this Tuesday there will be a permanent council, a special session of the permanent council on the Honduran elections. And I don't understand why, if the elections are all run normally, but all right, we will be there. And don't be surprised if you hear a bucket of lies, because they are trying to sully these elections in order to attempt to carry out their fraud, undermine them, I don't know what. But unfortunately, there's another woman who has generated violence against women, and I am talking about a woman from Miami who has done unspeakable things against Honduras because she wants to impose her misogynist candidate. And so I would like to say that we will be seeing you on the day noted on the circular, and we ask you for solidarity and non-interventionism. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. Just remember that in line with the rules of procedure, we must stick to the item that we are discussing in the Permanent Council. So now we will give the floor to Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, my delegation joins in the commemoration of this International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Under this year's timely theme, Ending Digital Violence Against Women and Girls. For us, the theme resonates deeply because our societies are increasingly connected Yet our legal frameworks, cultural awareness, and institutional capacities often lag behind the rapid evolution of technology-facilitated abuses. The anonymity and reach of digital platforms can amplify harm, and invade homes, classrooms, workplaces, and community spaces that once offered refuge. Grenada is a proud state party to the Belim de Para Convention and to CEDAW, and we remain committed to implementing these obligations across all spheres, physical and digital. We also reaffirm our strong support for SIM, the Inter-American Commission on Women, and the MESECB monitoring process, whose guidance continues to shape our national reforms. For domestically, we have taken some important steps. Our Domestic Violence Act provides broad legal protection against physical, sexual, emotional, and economic abuse, and our sexual offenses legislation has been strengthened, including recognition of marital rape. A special victims unit within the police force handles intimate partner violence, child abuse, and sexual crimes, supported by a dedicated hotline. We are now deepening our focus on the digital dimension of violence. Under the Spotlight Initiative, Grenada launched the InfoSafe Grenada, which is a digital case tracking system that simplifies and improves reporting, coordination, and data analysis, including emerging forms of online harassment and cyber-enabled coercion. We have developed a draft victims' rights policy and standardized protocols across justice, health, and social services sectors. And the recent economic cost of violence study was completed, and that has helped quantify the impact, guiding resources and resource allocation and policy planning. Yet we recognize the challenges before us: limited digital forensic capacity, rapid technological changes, and the cultural normalization, in some cases, of online harassment, especially targeting women in public life, young women and girls. Grenada therefore welcomes this hemisphere-wide focus that we have taken here on digital safety. We encourage continued investment in regional training, cross-border cooperation, and the development of tools that strengthen the capacity of smaller states like ours to investigate, to prevent, and to prosecute technology-facilitated violence. In closing, we deepen our engagement, continue to do so, and we reiterate commitment to the work of SIM that relates to this theme. These days, as we in our region speak a lot about the Caribbean's aspiration to remain a zone of peace, we quickly note that even that must include the digital spaces where our women and girls increasingly live, learn, and lead. Grenada reaffirms, and my delegation reiterates, that we are firmly committed to a hemisphere where all women and girls, offline and online, can live free from violence and realize their full potential. I thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Grenada. It is 12:56, so we will move on to the last intervention of the morning session, and we will come back at 2:30. So Guatemala, you're recognized. Thank you, Chair. My delegation is delighted with the commemoration of this special session to commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. We are thankful to Brazil for the initiative of convening this dialogue and the distinguished panelists for their valuable contributions. Guatemala reiterates its commitment to this shared cause regionally in the Americas. Violence against women can't be something addressed in silos. Today in our region, characterized by transnational organized crime, armed violence, human immobility, and growing impacts from climate change, the agenda of women, peace, and security, enshrined in the historic Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council, is particularly pressing and relevant. And we recognize in Guatemala that women are not only victims of this violence, but also indispensable actors in building peace, conflict prevention, and community resilience. That is why we have incorporated a gender perspective in the sectors of security, justice, human care, and particularly in decision-making spaces. Nationally, we have worked sustainably to strengthen our prevention capacities as well as care, protection, and sanction for any forms of violence against women. Tools such as the National Quality of Life in Households Survey provide us with information on violence against women. These are data that are updated and broken down to inform our decision-making and public policies, ensure they are based on evidence, and improve our interinstitutional coordination. The Secretariat for Women has led efforts such as drafting guidelines for local governments and a roadmap for protecting women who are victims and survivors of violence. Similarly, the comprehensive care systems for women provide services, including emergency services, psychological support, legal advice, and better protection immediately to ensure dignified, timely protection as well as culturally relevant protection for all women. This year, the focus on digital violence is particularly in line with our efforts to ensuring safe technological environments, and we have been working with the Secretariat for preventing the exploitation of persons to protect women, teens, and girls online, promoting the responsible use of technology. Guatemala deeply values the technical, political, and other support from CIM and the Committee of Experts from MESAVIC, which has been fundamental in aligning our national policies with the highest standards at the inter-American level and strengthening our institutionality. Chair, distinguished delegates, eliminating violence against women and girls is an ethical, political, and legal commitment for Guatemala. This is a priority that cannot be put off in the hemispheric agenda, as women free of violence provide us with full democracy, sustainable development, and lasting peace. We are fully open to continuing to work hand in hand with the OAS, its mechanisms, and each member state in order to work together, building a region where all women and girls live free of violence and full exercise of their human rights. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Guatemala. Given the tardy hour, it is 1 p.m., and so we will be going right outside to discover the work of a Chilean heroine who was a pioneer in fighting for women's rights. And so we will now conclude the morning session of this Permanent Council and come back at 2:30 sharp.